Yeah, but in this case, this is off-the-shelf product. It's negative. It's not. It's all let's take it and go wrong. We'll have it. What is something like this? Yeah, that's what I'm orders of the factories.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. Okay, everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. So now we're going to continue with the agenda, and we're going to have a keynote session entitled "How to Build a Deep Tech Academic Spin-off." So this session will provide insights into the process of transforming academic research into successful commercial ventures. And to present this keynote, we will invite João Reis once again. So João holds a Master and a PhD in informatics engineer from Phil, where his research primarily focused on applying machine learning to manufacturing process. So his work is spanned from robotic systems to process optimization, and he participated in numerous national and European projects collaboration as an expert of Industry 4.0. After nearly a decade in academic research, João transitioned to the industry, where he worked on innovative artificial intelligence products, specifically in text understanding and generation. His combined experience in academic and industry were crucial in founding a startup based on generative AI technologies. This startup addresses some of the most challenging problems in the medical field, including data access, reliability, and privacy. So, Ron, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, me again. So, as you know, my name is João Reis, co-founder and CTO of Inventhei. And in this talk, I'll be dividing this in two different stages. The first stage is a little bit our process until now, and a little bit of what you already heard about starting basically a company and startup, the normal path and basically the hurdle that it entails. And then afterwards, a little bit of my tips, basically, or my personal tips on how to build this, okay? And trying to explore a little bit of a gap that is already in the literature, let's call it way, if there's literature for startups, but a little bit the gap that we can explore there that actually helped us to get our first customers and eventually get a little bit more traction in the market, okay? Just a quick wrap up. I just put this slide in last minute. So Medtiles, we focus mostly on quick and easy access to all the documentation or medical documentation, personal or in public databases. It gets specific answers on curated data. It allows you to explore your own data, and it basically tells you the sources of it, something that Gemini, Mistral, ChatGPT cannot do at this stage. So, and obviously a little bit of the generation part to produce summaries, propose questions, and so on and so forth. This is a little bit of what we do in the company, okay? But it's just to kick off basically on what we do in the medical field. But what I wanted to show is this, okay? It all started a young person in industry, a baby, or I call myself a baby that does not know anything about industry. So as you heard, 10 years in academia, a lot of vertical knowledge, a lot of math, a lot of informatics, a lot of coding and so on. But then the business part was exactly like this kid. Okay, I have a great code in the lab, now what? Let's try to build up an idea on top of this. I think all the pitches that we have heard today started a little bit like this. So you start thinking a little bit like, okay, to whom I'm going to sell, or who's willing to pay for this? Is it B2C, is it B2B? So these are the normal questions. I'm going to sell to customers, I'm going to sell to users, I'm going to convince you to buy my app, I'm going to convince the CEO of a company or a, commercial director to buy my product. The MVP at this stage is just a piece of code, a Python code. You can do a few things on top of this, but it's not a product. Just basically something that works, right? And obviously the question is how to make money. How can I basically, is it the product, is it the service, is it a subscription? I don't know. It's hardware, it's software, how I'm going to basically place myself in the market. These are kind of questions that an academic does not question himself or herself at this stage. It's just, okay, I have something that works. I feel mainly that is a disruptive or innovative thing. Let's try to basically put it out there. Obviously, you don't build your business, or at least our perspective was mainly, okay, let's try to find some VC. I want some money to build a thing. I don't want customers. Somehow, this is the first thing that hits you, okay? Also hit us at the beginning, and then some wise person asked us, do we want VCs or customers? And we said, okay, perhaps we want customers and then VCs because we need to basically give away some part of the company to someone that most of the times you don't know or you don't trust, okay? But let's go to the VC part. You talk with a lot of VCs, you expose your idea, which is a very bad thing, or at least in the medical field, it's a very bad thing. You expose your idea and they tell you, okay, let's talk in 6 months. It's not quite there yet. The kind of answers that you get is like, it's too early, it's too late for me, I love it, but it's not right now, or it's interesting, let's circle back in a few times. This is the kind of thing, either you have the thing, and you need to find the partner for you to really invest, but most of the times, or at least in our experience, what we get is these kind of answers. So okay, let's get to the computer and start thinking. Perhaps VCs are not the thing for us. We need to go basically for customers. And obviously you send a gazillion emails to customers, pharmaceutical companies, end users, in our case, physicians, education or medical education institutions and so on. And there's no answer basically. You send an email, you follow up on that email, you follow up on this third email, fourth email, no answer, and so on and so forth. So yeah, and we start thinking, why no one basically is getting back to us? Why don't we get an answer basically to this? Once again, apart from the medical field, is basically no one knows you, no one relies on you, no one trusts you, and no one knows exactly what you're capable of. Okay, it's not because you hold a PhD that all of a sudden you're going to sell this to everyone. That's not the case. Most of the times it gets in the way. But yeah, that's the thing. We get back, we build our website, we build our Instagram, we build our LinkedIn. We all of a sudden have a marketing strategy. I was like academic a few months ago, and now I'm thinking about designs and strategy and how to sell, how to position myself, and how to sell the thing. And I was like, okay, this is a little bit insane, but it's necessary. And then finally, we get our first business meeting. So once again, a little bit older than the first young gentleman in the computer, but all of a sudden we have our successful business meeting. I start to explain everything to the pharmaceutical companies, I start pitching, I start telling everyone that this is great, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. But what I have is this. I have like a very shiny pitch deck, and then they tell me, just show me the thing, show me the service, show me something, the product, show me the thing. And I was like, perhaps this is not quite there yet. So what I'm really looking is for a partner to pay me to actually build the thing, and only then you can use it. And they were like, oh, okay, very good. I like you. You're very, I don't know, you speak well, it's good. It's interesting, the knowledge that you have is good, you have the right team, you have everything, and it sounds right, but it's not there yet, okay? So the answer is we'll discuss internally, it's the typical one, either by mail, I will discuss internally, get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you. Very good. It seems super interesting, so call us when the thing is ready, so they will not support you in only 3 months, 4 months. If you get the money, they will invest in you if you are in the right time and in the right position. And it's hard to see the value of it. Okay, so most of the times we also get this. Remember that we started with a Python script or some sort of script or some sort of technology that demonstrated the value, but it's not the thing. Until you build it, it's very difficult for them to actually see the thing working. Okay? So we end up in a situation where we had no investors, and unfortunately, no customers. No investors because no customers, basically, and we only get investors because, okay, how many do you have? How much are you basically profiting out of customers? And then they can project in 3 years, and then you'll grow this amount, and then I will value my share by this, and then I will sell after 3 or 5 years, and I'll get rich. That's the mindset of the investor. And I have no customers because I don't have any kind of investment, right? Either I quit my job, get a loan, basically, and do the thing myself, which is something that I'm not willing to do, or at least yet. But yeah, this is basically something that is very difficult, basically, to kick off because of those reasons. Okay, and obviously I'm not rich, so it's difficult to fund the thing. And this comes the second part of the talk, basically, what I'm basically in previous companies, and in this one we realized that could actually help us do the thing, okay? And what is Project Highway? Project Highway basically is a way, or a process, let's call that way, that we come up with to actually try to put something on top of the table, okay? This basically comes a couple, I would say, years back, when we only had a very interesting technology. Just think about doing QA or chatbots before ChatGPT. It was insane, right? Like now you do a sentence and it completes, and that's how it works. But before ChatGPT, doing a chatbot was not a very easy type of technology. And we somehow cracked it, obviously not the same way as obviously the OpenAI. But we came to a point where we got a meeting with a very big company in fintech, and we presented the deep tech thing that we have developed. And then we say, hey, here's the thing. It's not beautiful, it's just a prototype are supposed to be prototypes. We developed that. Here's the thing. Question, you make a question to this, you challenge the thing, and you will see it works. And then we paused, make a question. Then he made a question. Oh, okay, it is good. Make a second question. This time a little bit harder. Then he made a question. The third time, make a question again, try to break the thing. And it was working very well at this stage because the deep tech thing works well. The front end was not beautiful, but you hand over the power to the customer. And this is building confidence. Okay? This is building trustworthiness in your customer. And this was exactly what we were missing in pharmaceutical companies. They don't trust you. They trust no one first. Secondly, they don't trust some company that was opened like 6 months ago or 1 month ago, or 1 month or 1 year ago. Okay, and this is all based on this process. This is not like super state of the art, but is obviously ideation, queuing, development, assessment, and decision. But in a nutshell, is if you have some sort of technology, just put on the road 2 to 4 weeks of effort building a front end on top of this, building the infrastructure for it. Okay, infrastructure is something that we academics we don't basically know very well. Like deploy this in AWS, in this subdomain, with this database and deploy this remotely and scale this for 100 customers. We don't know how to do this. Okay, we know about, once again, the deep tech thing. We don't know how to scale this. This is like a software developer, 10 years experience in the company. Okay, that's why we need to get these things we need to get rid of these things first. Okay, and then we prototype very fast. And basically, one of the things that you should pay attention to is the development phase is 2 to 4 weeks. This means that in the best case scenario, every month you have a prototype to show, something to show to the customers. And they want to see things. They don't want to see, once again, the pitch deck with Aquaman and so shiny and so on. They want to see basically what you have behind. That's how you build trust. Okay? So the first thing is brainstorming about ideas with your partners, with your team, and so on and so forth. Write one slide idea and put it basically in the queuing box. Key takeaways. Every step has a lot of key takeaways, and then I'll compile this in the end for you to basically have those things there. Key takeaways. I don't know why you have one basically there, but yeah, it's a good definition of what you can do and try to build on top of you are good at. One mistake that we did initially was we had a very deep tech idea, and then we tried to develop another deep tech idea on the side. Oh, it would be good to also have this thing. We can do text, but we can do video as well. Big mistake. No. Or at least, obviously, it's your business, it's your company, it's your idea, but for us, it's super wrong when you try to develop on the side vertical basically in your business. It's way better for you to try to explore different use cases of the same thing and get super good on that vertical that you have, on that super technology. If you try to think about now it's video, tomorrow is image, I don't know, the next month it's going to be something completely different and it's going to destroy your infrastructure, it's going to destroy your scalability, it's going to destroy your team because you're always jumping around from deep technology to deep technology. So you stay focused on one deep or one vertical, and then you build things around it very well. Okay? Second, the queuing part. You set up your team, okay? Superheroes, because yeah, dealing with startups is not easy, so they are superheroes at first, and then obviously you need to pick up some ideas from the prototypes. Once again, ideas are not verticals. Once again, ideas are use cases of the same thing that can demonstrate the potential of it. Okay, align with the business and preparation of the highway, and then we go to the center of it: acceleration lane, the highway, and deceleration lane. Okay. This is literally a highway. First thing, try out, in our case, pre-trained models, try out vector databases, try out things that can make your thing better. Do not do different things, okay? Define the main pipeline for the prototype, and then the highway, it's the hardest part. Although highway for us, 120 kilometers per hour, just going straight, it's easy, but this is like the worst part, basically, of the process. Develop each block of the pipeline. We have a block-based approach on this, okay? Develop the inputs and outputs of each of the blocks so you can remove the thing and then assemble in a different use case. This is super important, okay? Or at least help a lot in our process. So we can set up things differently and demonstrate the value in different parts. Set up the development and environment products. This is where it starts to get software developer deep in terms of infrastructure, and develop dashboards. These are like the two main takeaways. You should have a fast way of putting your dashboards out there. Clickables, buttons, chatbots, input boxes, combo boxes, logins, and so on and so forth. This is something that should be fast for you to put your idea up front, okay? And the infrastructure It's super important, mainly because something that is very powerful, at least for us, was to have a tutor.medhouse.ai. And then you send to the customer, play with it. We don't need to be in the meeting for you to play with it. And you need an infrastructure basically on top of this. This acceleration lane, unit tests, user testing, and deployment in production. Software based, this is like a baseline. Why it is important in our case? If you test a block, you're not going to test it again. And this is super powerful, basically, in the software development part. Key takeaways, block-based approach, build new or rearrange blocks, have a quick and nice dashboarding, and obviously have a cloud environment for this. Solve this first, and the highway is not going to be a hurdle anymore, okay? And we are going to, or at least we put, I think it was the last prototype out for physicians, for leukodystrophies, with white matter. I think it's also related with Alzheimer's disease and so on and so forth. I really don't know what I'm talking about, but it was like 1 month long for the prototype. It's out there, it sends emails, it answers questions, it is a nice form, and this has a lot of potential basically for the end users. The assessment part, getting feedback from companies, this is where your strength is. Between 3 or 6 months, we analyze this, we go to pharmaceutical companies, and we say, take over control of this. Play with the thing. It's not me trying to sell, it's you. Assess yourself. Try yourself. Do it. Okay? It's not me trying to sell the thing. And this plot twist is very successful in companies. You need to adapt, obviously, small increments always, but at least what worked for us is not going for another deep vertical. It's basically trying to create small branches out of the same thing to demonstrate the value in different use cases. Have a set of testers. In our case, we have basically, let's call it a medical department that can test the thing, which is super important. And obviously assess every 2 weeks or every month, like, okay, what did actually the customers say to this thing? Have they tried it? Yes. Should we send a follow-up email? So have some sort of process or some sort of strategy behind it. So key takeaways, show and demo as much as possible. It's not beautiful, that's an easy fix, okay? So the big money is not on the dashboarding and React and so on, it's on the deep tech. It's on the Alzheimer solution for the blood-brain barrier. It's basically on the hydrogen solution. This is where the big money is. It's not on the fancy dashboarding. So that's an easy fix. In terms of decision, if you have customers, very good. Okay, it's like a semaphore for us to really understand what to park and what not to park. If you have a customer, very good. Let's go for it. Never happens. Sorry. The second one is, if feedback is consistently good, you might consider going for a full product, or actually you go for a VC, saying, I have 10 companies telling me that they will buy it. You just need to trust, and you have here the prototype. Once again, it's working. Let's go for the funding round of, I don't know, 100K, 200K, depending on the VC itself. And if the numbers are not good, let's just park it, okay? Because it's, once again, infrastructure-wise and so on, you need to maintain the thing as well. You might decide to park it, or it's just part of the menu that you can actually show to companies, okay? So, how we applied highway in our case, we just started with a very good definition. Things like use of, you can see like the blocks themselves, okay? So make use of large language models, specifically medical large language models. We can do model fine-tuning, we can deploy locally large language models, we can deploy vector databases, we can handle word embeddings, indexing and retrieval, we can do this, okay? And on top of this, we have defined services, okay? It's like, once again, block-based thing. We arrange the thing, and it pops out the assistant. We rearrange thing, it pops out the tutor. We rearrange thing, it pops out the generator. Always based on the same thing that was fully tested before. Once again, do not create another vertical. Once again, it's your business, but what worked for us is not creating another vertical. It's basically sticking to the same thing, but having different types of applications and scenarios for it, okay? And obviously, then you can compose products out of the assistant, tutor, and generator for clinical practice, clinical trials, interactive clinical cases, and study support, okay? Or everything in between. They ask you, oh, it's not really this. Can you do this? Yes. And because of the highway, in 1 month I can show you the thing working. That's the beauty of the, let's call it Project Highway, okay? And based on this, we created two different products out of this. The first one is the well-known Methouse app, okay? That you can do questions once again to documents, you can do questions in your notes. We have a pool of knowledge for the top specialties here in Europe. And you can question, it's basically, you also can create a community out of it. In the application itself, so you can add people, you can share notes, you can also create a community around this. And the Methouse tutor is something new, okay? It's not super polished, but once again, it's demonstrating the value. I think it's right now in an hospital near here in Matosinhos, they are making a trial for the education of stroke, basically to physicians. Like the trainee period of 5-6 years that you have in neurology, they have other trainees from other specialties coming into the hospital, and they are training basically with the tutor itself, okay? Once again, very fast, try to basically seek for approval in terms of the companies. Methouse app, you have family medicine there, internal medicine, neurology, and oncology. We have more now. Each topic has, or each specialty has one topic inside. For example, in neurology, you have Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, you have stroke, you have stroke European guidelines, stroke American guidelines. You get an answer and you can see the sources. We always show something. This answer comes from this paper. This comes from this clinical trial. This comes from that. This is the trustworthiness that the doctors seek, and we can deliver in our app. And also we can show basically the document there. We can highlight in the document where the answer comes from. So it also helps you navigate the document itself. Okay, so that's exactly our technology behind it. And also on top of this, if you make a question and the answer is composed of multiple documents or multiple parts of the document, you can also see there in the last one, in the bottom left corner, you also can navigate throughout the documents where the answer was composed from. So you can say it comes from here, comes from here, and comes from here as well. Okay. You can also have summaries, and you can also have suggested questions. I don't know if you recall, but the generator also does this. So we also use the generator basically here. Okay. So the Methouse tutor, it's based on a scenario-based learning. Okay, and I have here an example on one of the problems that actually popped up when ChatGPT was started to be using by mainly students in the university. Most of the problems, and I was myself a teacher here, so I know what I'm talking about in terms of drawing the exercise. So you give everything to the student, and then you ask, what's the result? Okay, and obviously you copy paste, you put in ChatGPT, and then you have the answer there. Like, how much time did it take to go from place A to B, assuming place A is Porto and B is Madrid, and the average speed is 120. This is a typical exercise, okay? You need to demonstrate that you know velocity, you know this, you know that, all this kind of stuff. But then the tutor is not this. We reframe this a lot to actually, what you see and what the student sees is how much time does it go from place A to B. ChatGPT obviously answers to this. Okay, in order to determine this, I need to know what place A and B is and what's the speed. Okay, that's exactly what it asks for. And we just use basically our tutor to present this scenario, and then the student needs to see for it. Okay, it needs to question, where is place A? And then the tutor gives you. Where is place B? And basically it gives you. What is the speed? And it gives you. Then you place the result, you do the math, and then you place the results there, and then you're correct or not if you do the calculations well or not. This is a simple example, but this is how it works for emergency rooms. Okay? You have a patient, 70 years old, you cannot move the right arm, and the blood pressure is super high. What should you do? This is what happens in real life, right? This is not how, I would say, in textbooks, it's very difficult for you to actually come across this practice. I mean, reading and seeing videos is great, okay? But once the patient is in front of you and you have no help at all, what should you do? And then you enter in the exploratory phase, like, okay, let's try measure the blood pressure. Let's try measure the glycemia. Let's try to do this. Let's try to do that. And the tutor basically tries to do exactly that, okay? It can give you, once again, it's a interactive type of chatbot, okay? Like you can place questions, it answers with information. All the information is basically that you request or things that you do to the patient, like giving thrombolysis, for example, appears on the left. It also gives you text, it also gives you image, also gives you video, also gives you audio, depending on what you want. And once you navigate and seek for this information, then you can finally come to a conclusion. Okay, I'm going to reference him for thrombectomy in a neuroradiology type of department. And they will say, okay, good, the patient is well treated, well hands, and then you have all the steps basically towards your final results. So, key takeaways from everything that I've said. One of the things is, once again, some of those are cliche, but are super important. Clearly define what you are good at and build on top of it, okay? One of the mistakes is trying to do another vertical, basically, once again, that you can actually work on top of. Oh, I had another great idea. Most of the times it's, okay, let's park it, let's focus, it's a constant, and obviously I talk against myself because I have ideas that I need to refocus, That's super, super, super important. And by the way, physicians and clinicians are very good at recentering you again in the same thing. No, that's not a good idea. Focus on this again. They are very good at that. Try always to show something working, okay? Have a quick way to getting prototypes out there. Okay, some pharmaceutical company told me that perhaps this would be a good idea. Okay, let's prototype this for 2 or 4 months with as nice as possible and as good as possible dashboard, and let's put it out there for them to try out. Let customers play with the prototype. Send a link, send the URL, obviously all secure with all the credentials and so on. Let them have the power to try out. Okay, and when it's the right time, go for product development, which is costly, or go for VCs. Once again, fund the product, and that's how basically in the process we are at this stage. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, João. Now we're going to move forward with the panel discussion. So the panel discussion is entitled From Lab to Market, Accelerating Innovation Through Research-Based Entrepreneurship. And this panel features industry experts who will discuss the journey from research to commercialization. So I'm going to start by presenting the moderator of the session, which is Samuel Furtado. Samuel is a technical fellow at the University of Sheffield, AMRC, with extensive experience in composite design, manufacturing, and testing. After earning his degree, he worked as a designer and production engineer and completed his PhD in mechanical engineering at the University of Lisbon in 2015. Samuel has published numerous peer-reviewed papers and book chapters, and he became a chartered engineer and IMEC-E member in November of 2020. At the IMRC, he leads and manages various CR&D projects, support proposal development for funding calls, and collaborate with industrial partners on commercial projects. Samuel, please. And now I'm going to present the panel members. So once again, João Reis will be here, and he was presented previously. And then we also have Flavia Guerra, which she is a C-level executive in business development with executive MBAs in tourism management and business management, and specialization in innovation and entrepreneurship, gastronomy, and system analysis. She also holds a Lean Governance certificate, and since 2019, she has focused on building relationships in Portugal's entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems, sales, development, and startup internationalization. She represents FCJ Group in the Inventhei consortium. She promotes entrepreneurship among university students. Previously in Brazil, she coordinated soft landing programs, collaborated with Stanford Center for IT Executives, and managed entrepreneurship programs for over 50 tech startups, achieving successful exit for 3. In the IT industry, she leads M&A processes and held C-level positions in Case Company. And Flavia also is a founder and CEO of Kitchen for Us, a partner-based cooking show business. Her career highlights a dedication to innovation, education, and culinary arts. Flavia, please. And then we have Julia Valeska, postdoc and associate professor for the Department of Finances and Digital Economy, head of the fundraising office at Zhytomyr Polytechnic State University in Ukraine. Regional local socioeconomic programs expert and developer of education courses and training developer. Last but not least, we have Rafael Stanzani, the entrepreneurship programs manager at UPTEC, Science and Technology Park of University of Porto. He designs and manages workshops for students, researchers, and marketers who want to transform their idea and innovation into sustainable business capable of raising funds.
Hello, morning everyone. Now it's for me. Thank you very much for coming here for the panel. We're going to have a talk, so we have people with different kind of experience. As the topic say, we're trying to discuss a bit of how we can accelerate innovation through research-based entrepreneurship. So we bring here, I think it was quite a good panel actually. Good, happy we went through the process. People that can fund the money that we need for it, or help us fund the money. We have the we call it that the enablers within the institutions from the academia. And also we have the partners that helps build that ecosystem that's supported with the UPTEC. So I have my notes here again. Go through the João. Thank you very much for the presentation. So quite well presented and also quite inspiring, which is quite good. Personally, I enjoy it. And then you navigate a bit on your path, your challenges you have, and then you get good insights on how people should be doing their action to make a good successful product they can sell and they can actually have the funding to do it. But going back a little bit, when you are doing research, and then how you can you just for us to understand the steps you had in order to how you do research, so how you can translate that to entrepreneurship and challenge you face there on that stage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Once again, good morning again. So the steps basically to get the startup kicked off. There were a few elements there that were super important to actually come up to a point where we have a startup and we are seeking customers and so on. So I don't know if you as a researcher or the ones that were researchers felt this before, but I was always, I never felt like an entrepreneur, right? So opening a company, bothering people, let's call it way, trying to sell my product and, oh, this is fantastic, you should use it, you should buy it, and so on and so forth. It was always a barrier for me. I think every researcher is very vertical, very an expert in their own thing. So it's very difficult for me to actually cross this barrier. But this only could come basically or turn reality once you got actually confident with your product and the thing that you have. Okay, so you are quite sure in research and in the lab that your thing works in the lab. So you're not quite sure if this works in the market itself. Okay, so once again, we are working on TRLs that are very low. Okay, until 5, 6, if you are lucky, perhaps 7. But then it's from the high TRLs that you need to scale up the thing. You're going to have a lot, or at least if your business is supposed to scale up, and most of them need to scale up, in the software side, you need to scale this up. And working in the lab is one thing. Working for a lot of customers and a lot of companies is a completely different thing and a completely different game. Okay, so one of the things that was a key takeaway was actually having this academic course, very good, but see what the industry was doing and facing these problems basically was very important at this stage. Like seeing what the software company is like, what kind of tools they use, what kind of best practices they use, how to actually, I don't know, manage people. It's the basic thing, but you don't know basically here at the university. I mean, you know because of these projects for sure, but when you have a customer saying, I want this in 2 weeks, then you need to make it work somehow. So this was one of the key steps, like stepping out of my comfort zone of research, publishing papers, going to journals, going to conferences, and so on and so forth. Okay, that's a very good thing. But then, what about the product itself? And then, when I came back basically to the university, something happened because I all of a sudden became much more confident in my product, in my own capabilities for sure, but in my product. Like, okay, if someone asks me, what about 1 million documents or scale this to Europe? I say, fine, no problem. And then it comes to a point where you start selling it in a much more confident way. And now I want to sell it. So the opposite, it all started with not wanting to sell it because I was afraid or not confident of it. Now I want to sell it. Now I want to put it out there. And it only comes by going to the industry, having a lot of discussions with people. Okay, like if it's your mother, if it's the CEO of a company, talk to them, get feedback, get something in, learn something. And most of the times they will tell you, why don't you do this? And then you start thinking, okay. So if you don't have this at one moment, that's fine, but some of them will have this. That's why we didn't go for the, I don't know, in the generative AI part, we didn't go for the full protein folding problem, for example, like those big problems, because we were talking with pharmaceutical companies and they told us, okay, why don't you do like a more basic thing, but will help a lot basically people. Why going for the big problems now? And actually we are going for it in a couple months, but why going for the big problems now? Why don't you do this and that? You are still like super helpful because there are some minor problems that you need to solve in order to actually going into the market. And this is where we position ourselves. And the last but not the least thing or the minor thing is having the right team. Not having the right team is, or I don't know, starting with the left foot is not like it's not very well recommended. You need to have the core team, and this core team and a successful team is not a team that plays along very well when there's a lot of money, when there's a lot of things on top of the table, and you are very successful. A good team is the team that stays intact when you have no money, when you have no product, when you have no good feedback and everything is shattered. And even though you can build something with that thing. So these 3 key elements, let's call that way, like going to industry, learn what the others are doing, gives you the confidence to sell it very well and very confidently. Secondly, having a lot of use cases out there, demonstrating the thing, talking to every single person that you know is very key. I know it's cliche, but it's super important. And last but not least, having the right team. It's like paramount in this kind of situation.
Yeah, thank you. So just on that, so understand just so the first thing you say there for takeaway from me is that you have to be willing to step out of the comfort zone.
Yeah.
You have all the knowledge. It's easy to you have the knowledge. You have the papers. You can go that route, but actually being willing to be out of comfort zone is quite good. Communication, and also openness. I put it openness more than communication. Openness for the ideas, for that. And also in the market. So I mean, be brave to be able to go to the market to understand what they need, and then so that's got to be quite. Thank you for that. So I don't know if it's correct. Is the
Yes.
interpretation I have there. So Flavio, you're the one that, like I mentioned, that's the one that can help. You have vast experience on helping startups and scale-ups to raise money, to raise capital, to fund themselves. So how you see the venture capital helping at that early stage research or innovators, let's do innovators, change mindset to innovators. So how do you see your role as the venture capital or the money, the budget, the venture capitals helping those early stage innovators that can progress on the later stage of commercialization, and then how you see, sorry, I have to go back to my notes here. What do you think they should do actually for them to secure that as well? So it's not how you see how, but how they can reach out to you to get those funds.
Okay, Samuel, thank you for being here. I'd like to share some of my experience, and after the speech of João, it's quite hard to tell something because João, what you said to us here is very, very, very important. Is from an entrepreneur that knows all the pains of being an entrepreneur. Wherever it comes from the lab, from the academia, and wherever the pain is quite equal in all environments, we see it happening. But firstly, the role of funding is mandatory for everybody who wants to develop their own business. And it's a quite challengeable journey to follow. But in my experience, as we see, we have a lot of institutions that can help this journey become more easier, if we can say that. We have accelerators, we have incubators, we have innovation hubs and venture builders and venture studios and so on and so forth. But in my experience with venture builder models, what we can see is to construct like a puzzle, as I said in Tallinn, when we have a pleasure to stay with Deep Inventhei, there is a puzzle to be constructed. And this puzzle is consisted from different actors. And these actors, beyond the startups and the projects, coming from the lab or not, they have to be in touch with investors, with the market, and with the university. And how to do that? We have several types of methodologies to discuss here. And each one has its own valuable challenge and knowledge to share. But in the case of venture builder, what we do to facilitate the attraction of the investment for the startups, for the projects, is to put the project, the startup, in front of a corporate. Because as João says, if I understood, the projects, the technology that is embedded in a product needs to be validated somehow. The corporate can do that. The corporate can validate this product for the startup. So what we do is to select the startups from the market, put them inside the company, a corporate that needs those product. And it's important here to say that it's not technology by itself, but technology embedded in a product, in a useful thing to the customer, to the final customer. And so after that, it's a long journey to do that, as we saw João telling his story about that. And so the challenge here is to find and to select startups, to find the correct corporate to validate their product first, and then it's easier to go to the market after this process, the deep process of validation with the corporate. So what we can see in this process is that investors like that. Investors like to see this product being validated by the corporate. Investors like to see governance during all the process. So they feel more comfortable to invest in something that have a process and are monitoring and growing and so on and so forth. And so what I can say here, that the one way to attract investors is to choose the methodology that fits for you well. And one of them, in my experience, is the corporate venture builder. And so that's why we believe that the process can be faster and with less risk for the startup as well for the investors.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, because João initially, on your talk, you was talking about that you go to the you don't have the product, you haven't developed enough, basically. So you're not gonna get the customers. You're not get good product good enough, and then with a market for it, basically, you don't get. So the venture, this approach, this might be an approach. So to actually accelerate that process, so it's gonna be not accelerate the process, but basically you need to be on a step further, so you can be embed on that approach. So you can, but to do that, you will have always to go through that pain to develop that product to be at that level, and then that will be the way that actually you can progress for the further stage after you have your product, your prototype, basically we validate on that, and that's just so. I think this is, but for you, in order to shorten that process, is there anything that you as a venture builder, you can help startups in order to shorten the John's length of time, period of time to do those things? Is there anything that you suggest, you would say to the innovators, entrepreneurs, you should do? You should try to look at, apart from what John already said, that you have to have a good product, but then anything else that they can do, they're trying to start looking to the early stage that can help that process to be short. Is anything that from the venture build?
I'd like just to reinforce the importance of the process of validation.
Okay.
And the process of validation of your product or technology is something very challengeable journey, but it has to be done. And so one way to do that, we have a lot of ways to do that. There is no wrong or correct way to do that, but one is to be close to the market. And to be close to the market, in my experience, is to be close at corporate that can help you to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go back now. There's the institution that normally research is being held. Can you just explain how does it work at your university? Sorry, not to pronounce the name. Zitomir. How is the process for your students or for your researchers or innovators?
Okay, thank you. We have a recipe for this. We call it PPI. So first is platform, second is partnership, and the third is internationalization. So the first university should be the platform who can unite everybody who would like to jump into innovative entrepreneurship. we should support everybody inside of our university with their ideas and to find out people who would like to share same vision with you and who are ready to share same vision with you. You should have inside your team people who are looking like you and thinking like you. It should be thinking out of the box. It's not some straits. It's not about dealing with methodics. It's to understand that each innovation is for people and it should solve problems which people have. And we should to find out people who are able to create a solution, how to take away this pain. That's why we are called this not about pains and gains. That's why we are calling it dreams. It's some kind of Martin Luther King says, I have a dream. So we are trying to share this vision. You have a dream. And your people would like to solve such problems. Please provide the solution which could be useful for exactly these people. And who are these people? So this is a starting point. This is about emphasizing. This is about design thinking. So we're starting from design thinking. We have too many platforms where we have an opportunity to do it. Despite we have war in our country caused by Russian Federation, we have online platforms, we have on-set platforms, we can meet each other, we can talk and generate ideas. Our recipients also combatants. It's about defense. And for sure it's about our life safety. So we are providing learning and training opportunities also for academic and non-academic staff and for researchers as well in different formats like it was last semester and this semester. And thank you, Jill, for joining our education for our academic and non-academic staff. So it's about the switching in from their position, oh, I have an idea, I need to give it to the market, it's beautiful, it's wonderful. Maybe, but who will be your client? What is the pain and what should be the dream? So we are the platform. About partnership, this is what Flora said. We need to have good partnership with business. We need resources. Universities are not huge companies and we are not venture investors. We really need resources. Like a good housekeeper, we know where money is. And to make some reservations for the future investigations and researchers and patents and fast steps to the market. So we are in good partnership with business. We are dealing with our business. We are supporting them in their ideas. They are supporting us in with financiation and testing our ideas on their company. And this is how it's happened. And it's about internationalization. Lots of wonderful startups and ideas presented each second on the Earth planet. It's very good to share the vision about the solutions because like today, we said what we would like to have. So it's about wider vision. We can improve solutions. We can make pivot if there's some tested project. We can do everything because these solutions should be something unbreakable in 21st century when we are all fighting for sustainable peace. So the solution is platform, partnership, internationalization.
Thank you. Rafael, you've been managing entrepreneurship project with UPTech. So what do you think that needs to be done in order to have this research-based entrepreneurship being accelerated? What do you think that need to create an ecosystem so can be used?
What we do there, and good morning everyone, thanks for the invitation. What we do there, we work strictly with the researchers and aspiring entrepreneurs and help them to develop the right skills to be an entrepreneur, to be a founder, and to validate a business idea. It's something that not everyone comes with from nature, let's say, from their own mind. So it's something that could be nurtured. And what we do is first to, and also reinforcing what João said, is do a reality check. Go to the market, go talk with people, and also as Flávia mentioned, talk with corporates to see what's the reality, what they want to do. We want to prevent researchers to continue perfecting the perfection. So if it's good enough for the industry, don't waste your time to making it 1.5 better. If it's good enough, put in the market and see what the market drives and what the direction the market drives. And beyond that, we want to work on the skills, the interpersonal skills, because there's a need for a mindset shift. When you pass through the academic career, you need to be very certain of what you want to do. If you want to publish something, you need to be like 95% certain that is the truth. But when you go to the entrepreneurial path, if you got lucky, you know that 10% of this what you're doing is right. So it's a different way to think, that you need to be comfortable of making bets and taking risks and be comfortable with the mistakes that you will for sure do. So this is what we try to do and support the entrepreneurs there. And also, our final point is that in the end of the day, although we have the most advanced technology, in the end of the day, what you are trying to do sometimes is to change a habit of another person. It's a new technology or new AI for the physicians, yes, but it will impact their day-to-day. It's something that they will change in their habits, in what they used to do. So this human part of the customer behaviors and how to communicate is important for you to get to the habits of other people. So it's essential and it's important to give us the skills for the aspiring entrepreneurs.
Yeah, thank you. So it looks quite the change and then risk taking out of comfort zone. There's always things that are coming, and then the dream. So people, this is a common thread that I think that's for researchers. And yeah, this is I think maybe the key first step is actually trying to be brave and then take the steps and talk to people. So João, you are now on the other side. I think a bit to start to get into the other side of the build. So. How and it also, like Julia said, partnership is quite important. So for researchers as well to have these, you can accelerate the process actually because you can talk to someone, come from industry, say how you can apply this one. Sometimes I like to say the questions to anyone. Say, how can you do this? Why have you thought about this? That can spark the thing. So what you are doing now? Are you facilitating? How you come into the academia to help? How your company is doing that now?
Yeah, very good question. So I think everyone in the puzzle is important. Like if you're trying to build, or at least in our case in the medical field, I think it's super important to be close to universities. Things like master thesis, for example, things like PhD theses are super valuable. And obviously, in the best case scenario, you have a partnership with a lab that you can explore a few technologies. But having basically these partnerships with the university, where the low TRLs, I would not frame it as having the opportunity to experiment with new technology, because this is not a lab. Basically, this is not something that you throw, and if it's nothing, it's okay. No, I'm talking mostly about master theses and so on. So things should be a little bit polished, or you need to be a little bit sure. Otherwise, you are jeopardizing the student or the lab. So it's not so easy as okay, let's throw some challenges here, and if the outcome is no good, it's okay. You know, it's not like that. But I think in terms of university, you should have someone in your team or at least a partnership with university. That's even for key ideas, even for new challenges that might pop up, for example. But once again, I think it's super useful for you to see new things, and you can only see new things basically, I think, from these fresh minds from researchers and from students, from teachers as well, and so on. Because my feeling is when I go to the market, there's a whole different business. Okay, it's like everyone wants, I would say, a little bit of the same thing. You need to basically, you should deliver what they want at this state. Okay, even in your own product, even in your level of innovation, you are super strict on what you can do. Because if a customer says, "Can you do this, but a little bit to the left?" You're not going to say no, right? So it's a customer. You say yes. So you are, when you go to the market, you are super tight, and you are not so innovative, or you don't have the freedom to explore whatever you want. So that's why I say, if you go to the university, then you can perhaps build your new vertical or explore different use cases within your vertical. Because once you go full on customers and you start to scale, you're not going, at least once again, our perspective, you're losing basically the opportunity or the freedom that you had initially to explore different things, because you are always after delivering high quality or delivering with high quality. You don't want to jeopardize that to your customers, basically. So, because customer is paramount, you should always prioritize customers, because your intake basically is from there. So it starts like this from university, then it goes to an idea company, and then when it goes to a customer, you are super tight, super handcuffed. So we see also these university partnerships basically to be super helpful, if not key, basically, for you to keep up. Otherwise, it's going to be, once again, all of the same every day. It's not a bad thing, but I like to see, and perhaps because I did almost 10 years in academia, obviously I don't see myself doing the same thing for 10 years. I think I need to put something new on top of the table, something that can also make the customer excited in the end, basically. So I think this is super important. And just to complement a little bit the corporate comment that Flavio was saying, I think it's super interesting, and this validation is super important. So most of the times, or at least our feeling at first is that, okay, I'm going to be my own customer because I don't sell it to anyone else. As it's a product for myself. So you need to seek for this validation. And once again, you need to adjust a lot within the freedom that you have. You need to adjust a lot. And I think that the university gives you the freedom, it's not the freedom, the creative capabilities basically for you to evolve your product and have key ideas to actually solve the problems. Customers will give you problems, university will give you solutions, and then you need to basically start basically fitting together in this media or this ecosystem, let's call it. That's our perspective.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Flavia, now you work as an expansion manager. You want to expand, so we need to expand the market. So we cannot first customer, but the idea is to exponential grow with everyone. So what is the strategy, the approach you take for expand and the internationalization for startups, or research-based innovations?
Okay, it's a complex issue here. Before talking about these key considerations for global expansion, I've been learning a lot that a global expansion requires business to navigate in a complex cultural, economic differences and political difference across different markets. So the first key consideration here for global expansion is to reflect on your company's motivation to expand globally, if I understood the question. Maybe your company wants to take advantage of a unique product you have, or wants to achieve economy scale. Whatever is the motivation you want to expand globally, your strategy plan, its development and monitoring depends on those initial motivations. So there are here 3 questions to be answered. Where to go, how to go, and when to go. And where to go, to know that there are several variables here to take in account, as trade rules and customs, legal aspects and rules that you have to know, culture context, geopolitics, physical distance from your market, currency, and so on and so forth. So how to go if you have a B2B model, you have a B2C model, or whatever it is, it's different approach, and when to go. And at last but not least, internationalization must to be gradual and progress by phases. In each phase of the internationalization, the company should get knowledge and experience to go further. So it's a process. It's a complex process. It's not easy to be global and to go to the other markets. So there is a lot of steps to go, but you have to be conscious of those challenges and follow step by step to get there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Because your model is PPI, so the I is quite is quite important for you as well. So this is a similar. You support your innovators, entrepreneurs to follow this and then to have this conscience, which go back. Sorry, John, you are the study case here today, so I pointed to you. So that's you know research, but then there's a lot of things out of to be entrepreneur. There's more to it. It's not the math, physics. It's to know the market, the B2B, B2C, how you do the market, the laws, and all these things. As a chemist or mechanical engineer, you don't. It's not your main focus or research, so it's quite important. So thank you for that, Flavia. Julia, in terms of can you describe your university? So you have this. How the commercialization process goes into your university? Can you describe to us how it works? Bring here the academia, how the academia approach it.
Thank you. We have two scenarios. First scenario is when you have a solution, you go to intellectual property office and research department, and then go to the market. But the case is you need to know which market you would like to jump in and what will be the strategy, because there's two main strategies, blue ocean and red ocean. If you would like to create something new, like for example, Ukrainian startup Grammarly, Ukrainian startup, this is about blue ocean. If you would like to go into the deep competitiveness market, just choose red ocean. But how many money do you have to fight on this market? And from which resources you would like to receive it? And so it's up to the researcher. It's also the solution should be done before. To be easiest, we have electronic resources easy to IP. And all what we have, we are putting on this platform. So everybody can join this platform and see what are solutions there. And to make an agreement or partnership or memorandum to use this and pay money, and researchers are receiving this money. And then continue to do other important things as we're saying. The second way is when there's no exact solutions. We have an innovation hub, and within our university we're organizing different competitions for mixed teams of researchers, academics, and students. It's some kind of deep tech pitch day, and we organize an acceleration program, and who was successful, they pass the first stage and go now to the second stage. They receive a support of approximately 3,000 euros. It's not too much, but it's a motivation. And for those who understood the logics, they are trying to form powerful teams to go further. Because to go further, then everybody needs a team. Idea is good, but with whom you will be recognized making this idea real. And they continue their activities within this program. Also, we have partnership agreements with Intellectual Property Office of Ukraine, and there are several projects within our country for start-uppers and for mixed teams. And this is also an opportunity to go further in developing new extraordinary ideas and solutions. And this is also an opportunity to maybe at least start business. But the case is we are in a war situation, and each man and even women could be at war. in 3 days, and it's about taxes. So need to think twice. What should you do with your idea and your solutions? Maybe it'll be easy to you to sell this idea to business. And they start earning money, you have patent and you receive this money. If you feel that you are protected, go and try yourself as a businessman or businesswoman. So there's 2 ways could be chosen.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. You feel free to comment if you if you want. We don't need to wait for the questions to it. And similar to the flow. Rafael, look into the bit of again into the future. What do you think the trends you can see in the research-based entrepreneurship? You see, and then the crucial thing I think is how institutions can make sure, because this is quite changing world now. Everything is quite quick. AI is quick. Everything makes everything quick. So you don't do a lot of those tasks, so you progress much quicker than you do in the past because you have to do manually. Now someone else will do for you. So so can you just share us in your opinion what you think the trends and then what institutions we can go here for the 3 institutions presented here as well can do to make sure prepare for the future, or flexible enough to adjust.
What I believe, and then my colleagues can fight me on this. I think this one thing that you mentioned is this partnership. When I was in the early stage, when I was creating my own startup, we saw a lot of new solutions that solved our own problems, like the platforms. When it was the period that comes Uber, Instagram, all the apps that we have more or less nowadays, all the website portals. I think this was the low-hanging fruit with the current technology trends with mobile web, mobile phones. So now we are in another different wave of technology, which is mostly AI, basically, and data science and stuff. So we will have typical products related to this, but I think that the most impact that they will have is when they go to corporates, so big companies, because for the end user, maybe ChatGPT does it all. There's not too much flavors of it. Or you can say, there is a AI specific on this aspect, AI specific for data, AI specific for finance, AI specific for many variables. But it's not the same as the previous way of technology with mobile and stuff. So I think that what will be more critical is to have the engagement of innovation managers or people that can, especially people that can have a decision in these bigger companies and collaborate. Because if we will wait for them to develop everything, hire someone, three people experienced in AI for them to start building a product and creating everything from the scratch, they will take like 2-3 years. While in 3 months they could have 2 or 3 startups with a nice prototype to test and validate ideas. So I think to keep within the pacing of AI or this current technology that we have, they will need to. They have a expression in Portuguese, dar o braço a torcer. They will need to be flexible enough to accept that they will need to acquire solutions coming from academia, from science and technology parts. I don't know if you have a different perspective.
Yes, we would be happy to. More than welcome to share that.
Yeah, I think I have exactly the same perspective. We had quite a bit experience like that, where we actually pitched our company to another company, and we tried to explain a little bit. If you go down that road with your own team, you need to start investigating AI, as Rafael was saying, from scratch. And we did it for you. You need to start hiring people and managing that people, which is a different ballgame, basically. And obviously, you have your own team internally, your ops team, you know everyone very well. But all of a sudden, you have a new, let's call it, role inside the company. No one knows exactly what to do. And so all of a sudden, you need to handle this kind of people. Okay, so it's very difficult. And what we're trying to explain was, you have a new vertical, let's call it that way. So you all of a sudden start to have AI. You're going to hire 5-6 people for this role. How much do you think it's going to take for you to have something out because it's the team itself needs to work together, and the team itself needs to collaborate with the remaining company. And obviously, not everyone is a good fit. Not everyone goes along with everyone, so it's tough to manage. And what we said was, okay, we can do this. We can drill down. We have a small investment, and we're talking about 5 people, at least 250K a year if you pay well, basically, for this kind of jobs. And we said back then, okay, in 2 or 3 months we can get you the results that you want out, just as a proof of concept. Like, let's see if it's worth investing in it or not. If you want to invest, then you hire us, for example, or you absorb us, or you just or you just buy the intellectual property and the product that we have, or the proof of concept that we have developed, and then you internally hire your staff. And you have a new AI department. If it does not go well, just a few cents, let's call it, when you compare to big scale, it's just a small cent. And even though they told us, no, we want our team, goodbye. So there's a little bit of dar o braço a torcer, as Rafael was saying. It's not as easy as going there, pitching and saying, okay, you have an opportunity here with a startup to actually explore this. Only a few basically are willing to invest in this. For example, we talk a lot with pharmaceutical companies. They don't have AI dedicated teams. They have digitalization at most, digitalizing, and we're talking about Pfizer, Zambon, AstraZeneca, for example, global, worldwide companies. And they don't have the AI core team. Perhaps for protein folding, more specific stuff, perhaps they do, but they are factories, right? Like they have factories with a lot of research there. So, and we offer this, we say that we go in, basically, we explore this for 2 or 3 months. If you like it, let's talk business. But then they always ask us what Flavio was saying, like, where's the validation? So have you tried this in another company? Where's the scale? Where's the security? Where's the privacy? Where's the regulation? The medical field, it's too much. But they start asking these things. So we try to find our way basically into these things. And actually what we're trying to offer is a little bit more of a partnership at the beginning. Like, okay, if you are willing to risk to explore some area, let us know. We'll push this forward. We'll work 60, 70, 80 hours a week. We don't care. Just to prove the point that perhaps you are on the good track, and then we talk business. And even though it's super tough, basically, you need to crack the company in order for you to do this. But it's, once again, I think it's startup life, I guess. I think that's it. I think that's
ongoing
learning, adjusting,
challenge.
and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
That's it, obviously.
Yeah.
So, just, I don't know, you can just go back to, sorry, Flavia, I'm going to give you the chance to speak. And it's like, just go back. So, we are talking about the maybe partnership is quite key. So, having people and then be flexible with this partnership. So intra-companies with startups, with universities to give you that big funnel, all the ideas, so you can just funnel through your companies. So partnership is quite big, because that comes as trend, and then people needs to be more engaged with it. So is it between Fatma and Flavia and Julia? What you see that you are doing, or you suggest people to do in order to kind of make it more effective, these partnerships go into the future, so we can have more effective partnerships or more fruitful partnerships? How do you, for university point of view, what we can do, and also for Inventhei to bring those companies to those big operators to be tested. That's because there's a partnership needs to be established there as well. So what do your thought on this?
Well, from the perspective of corporate, they are crazy looking for projects. They are crazy looking for technologies. So, here there is something to do. We have a lot of things to do from each part. But I'm some insights here is first the corporate have to say what they want what they need, because it begins from their own. Everything begins with a pain that the corporate has. And so from this point, corporate is going to look for projects, for startups that are going to solve their own problem first. And then after that, they are going to look for these startups and for these projects to be an investor of these projects, to go to market, to expand new markets for them. Sometimes they don't have even the market yet, but they want to create a new market. So, what we have to do is to construct the bridge that allows this conversation happen. It's something that we do here.
Thank you.
That's it. And so I think it's a way to go there in the perspective of the corporate.
Someone to facilitate that bridge to be built. Someone that can facilitate the conversation, bring those together. So that could be one of the key elements of it. What the universities are doing.
Exactly, this job we also started to do in 2017, 2016. And actually we're trying to build these bridges, and we choose a way throughout the Center for Career Development. So companies started to come to university and ask, we need some clever guys, boys, girls, whatever. And we started to promote our researches and opportunities, so trainings, ideas, solutions, whatever we have. So now, from this year, we have fundraising office, and it's about normal partnership, because for this year, we understood who are we, everybody, to whom we can make a deal, with whom it's better not to do, not to start, to be honest. And now we are looking several years forward, because it's also about our strategy, about human resources innovation strategy. It's about sustainability, because we need really sustainability, especially in nowadays. It's about partnership despite of all situations, cataclysms, wars, and all this stuff. And it's about trust relationships. So most of all, it's about being and staying humans. And this is the bridge of trust.
Thank you. So I think we do have time for a few questions for the audience. Just open to the audience. Is there any question or any comment about what we have been saying, discussed around here? I don't know if anyone can jump in and say something.
For sure, culture shapes the way we do business. And I see two opposite sides. When a startup is born in a country of a small area and small population, the founders know, I must be abroad or I want to survive. On the other hand, when you are in a country of large dimension and large population, the startups think about, oh, I think I have enough market here. I don't think I must go abroad. And this can be a setback in the future. I would like to listen to some of you, how you see these two different challenges, how you must deal with this.
I can throw an extra to this challenge, which is, do your market is the right one for the technology that you want to validate? Mm-hmm. For example, I have been in Finland, and I would never think that they will be so advanced in the energy from solar panels. So they are, because they have very few source of sun, so they need to have the best solution to use the source material. And in Portugal, we have a lot of sun, so we don't need to stress so much to be able to generate this. And so for the entrepreneurs, I would think that validate not only the size of the market, but also if the customer that you can find is the right ones for you. And maybe you can be in a small market that has the right customers because they are the leaders or they are the key influencers, let's say, not influencers from social media, but influencers in terms of they do the right investments, they own the right patents. So it's important to have a huge market for you to play to, because it's more economic, so it's cheaper to only go to only one type of market than to have to translate to French, to Spanish, to Italian. So this takes time, takes people. But again, there's more challenges, not only the size, but also who is in this market, and if there is a fit for what you want to do.
Yeah. Anyone else? I know you.
I can say just a couple of comments about this. Just two main things that popped up in my mind about that question. One thing, obviously, is once again talk to everyone, discuss your technology with everyone. Last Friday, I was discussing the app with a couple lawyers, and they said, "Oh, this would be fantastic for me." I was like, "Okay, perhaps this would be a good." Obviously outside the medical field, but this would be like a good idea. So I think that question about the market, either if it's small or big, or you are in the right place, if you find your spot, or if you find the people or the niche, or if you actually need to adapt a little bit your technology, I think by talking and by presenting, exposing yourself, only by doing that, you can actually know if you are in the right place. I don't have any problem with low density countries, smaller countries, bigger ones. I think it's a big problem. It could be a big problem to have an AI startup in America, but not in Portugal. But it might be a problem to have an agriculture startup in Portugal, but not in America. I don't know. Until you go to the market and you start talking with the users, only then you're going to know. But I think the main comment about this that I want to make, that I only started to feel once I started basically this journey, this company, is the following. I don't know why everyone sees you as competition. There's market for everyone. Obviously, there are niche, but I don't know why most of the companies that we talk to, they don't see us as, okay, let's collaborate and explore the market together. What I see often happening is someone that wants the monopoly of the market and then failing delivery. This is what I see. This is the one of the biggest problems. Instead of, oh, okay, there's a startup that can do this, and I can actually enlarge my menu, let's call it way, of offer, of features, of, I don't know, perhaps it's just a company about scalability or scaling things. They see things like, and this obviously is quite related with what I said before, which was, I will create my own AI team and not collaborate. And then I could clearly see these guys are going to fail, but hugely, because they don't have the know-how, they need to build it. It takes like 2 or 3 years at least for you to put things ongoing, to deliver with high quality. And I hope not, but I think they are going to fail, or at least not do the things as best as possible, because they think having the monopoly and being the big ones is a good thing. I don't think that. You start failing because you cannot deliver with high quality. Seek partnerships, collaborate, and then you're going to deliver with quality. That's one of the key takeaways that I start seeing, and I don't know why everyone wants to be that. like the big one, the big boy in the room that everyone sees and looks at Google and Amazon and IBM and so on and so forth. Why not collaborate and have the market at the same time with everyone? That's one of the key takeaways.
Okay. Any further comment?
Sure, the same position. Startups must remember that they can make pivot, or there's a point when the startup is not anymore a startup, it's a company. And this is just another type of management. So when we are coaching startup teams, we're always asking, what is your final steps you would like to be in? Where startup should be in 6 months, in 2 years, because it's about repeatable and scalable business model. So this is it.
Actually, quite interesting because just to finish. Scared. It's nice. It's quite a thing that actually would combine all these questions about actually the market is the right market. It's not. I think it's not a small big country. You want to be a big country, but your target might be a small country. It's where your product is the right product. I think it's quite important thing. Collaboration, partnerships. Again, going back to those they're quite key for the successful business. So, sorry, time's up for us. Thank you very much, the panel, for a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, panel. So now we're going to have lunch. So you can continue the discussion if you wish so. And we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Okay, so be here 5 minutes earlier so we can start at 2. Okay, thank you.
The University of Porto as well. It's the biggest partner that Sonai has when it comes to open innovation, co-creation. So this is a very special place to me, and especially to talk about this challenge that we have for decades. It's been decades that we've been talking about the collaboration between industry, the companies, and the science. And I think since then, I think we evolved a lot, and I think the cooperation that we have with this scientific institution is one very good example of that. Before coming to the topic that brings me here today, which is the internships and how we use them as a leverage to do what we are mandated to do, I think it's important to show a little bit about my company, so what we do in terms of R&D, what we do in terms of innovation, to really give you a glance on how it fits with this enhancing cooperation with the institutions and the movement of people and the interns that we have every year. So, Sonai Group, it's a large group in Portugal, so Sonai, probably everybody knows the name. Sometimes it's difficult to associate the names to the brands. So I have here some of the brands that is owned by Sonai. So it's a group that was created 50 years ago in the wood panel industry as a wood panel manufacturer that evolved as a retail player. It's present in many countries, but here in Portugal, so you look at the food retail, we are the undisputed leader in the food retail sector in Portugal, with many brands that touches many different businesses. You see there the health and well-being, the cafeterias, stationery, home decor, so many things that is attached to the food retail business, and other companies that are belonging to the group as well, Sonai Group as well. Nós, probably the most important one, the most known one, which is a leading telco operator in Portugal. So it's a very diverse portfolio of businesses, which gives us a very diverse portfolio of challenges, as well, as I'm going to show you later. So MC, which is the company I represent, is the largest company in the group. So these are the numbers of the MC. So many stores, a big turnover. It's now leader in Iberia as well in the health and well-being sector. Many customers, many families. So it's a company that's it's a very important company in the portfolio of Sonai business. So when it comes to R&D, so we are actually very focused on collaborative. It's a collaborative model, so that's why we do a lot of work with Phil, a lot of work with the University of Porto and other universities and scientific institutions in Portugal and in Europe mainly. So what we see, so how it fits with our strategy. So we look at what are the strategic topics, and strategic topics, everything that we think that the company decides that's going to be important for the certain period, 3-5 years. We look at the emerging technologies. The emerging technologies for us is everything that actually can change the business that we are inserted. So it's many things. So we look at size. So we look at supporting the best-in-class scientific institutions. A very good example of that. So to have this R&D applied. So if you're familiar with the technology readiness level, which is over here, so we assume that in the size part, so we have applied R&D that can go to the number 5, so the fifth level of the technology readiness level. We engage with technology partners, so the co-develop, as we call. So suppliers, tech partners, so to get the engineering, we like to call it engineering, so how to make a product, how to make a system, how to write a code, a software, in the TRL 6 to 7, and us, because we are clearly an end user. So us, we look at acting as a test bed. So we want to test everything that comes on the science and the technology side, to test and demonstrate in real context. The real context is what we have. We have stores, we have warehouses, we have logistics operations, we have the contact with millions of customers every day. And I was looking at the implementation. So of course, in the business of innovation R&D, not everything will see the light of the day. We know that. But we want to test every technology in a real context to give it the importance it deserves, because even those ones that we will not implement, there is a learning that is very important that will help us the next project, the next experimentation, the next demonstration, to make it better and to have something that really can change the way we do business. So our pipeline of projects is divided in topics, so R&D topics, divided in 2 technology verticals. So you have the digital supply chain, and here you can find everything related to the customer with data, but also the collaborative logistics in the last mile. So being a retailer means we move things from one place to the other, from the supplier to our warehouse, to the store, and to the customer. So it's very important to get it the smoothest as possible, how we move those products from one place to the other. Look at resilience, and lately automation and robotics, and of course in automation I'm meaning artificial intelligence, machine learning, something that we've been working for a couple of years. On the right side you can see the sustainability and product innovation. So we are very concerned about the footprint of our operations. So we look at sustainable packaging, circular economy, of course we look at also to the impact that we have in people's lives, being the leading food retailer. So we are very concerned about people's nutrition and personalized nutrition. You look here at the product development, food innovation, looking at healthier and more sustainable food that we make available to our customers, traceability, food safety, so something related to quality as well, and of course the energy. So this is a very energy intensive business, stores, warehouses, buildings, trucks, and so it's very important to support the company in this energy transition, and we believe that innovation is one way, a very important way to do that. When I said that we have, we try to act as a test bed, this is 2 of the assets that we have to do so. The food lab, which is corners in very selected stores. Corners that not only promote new types of food, the food innovation, but also promotes a different way for customers to interact with those products. And it's very important in terms of analytics, in terms of image recognition, virtual reality, robots, so things like that. And the Content Labs. So Content Labs is a store. It's an AI-powered store that we have in Lisbon. That actually it's the first one in Europe. It looks at to change the way the customer comes into a store, select your products, pick your products, and leave, taking out all the stress of the checkout. So the way you process your payment, for example. It's a store that was created for experimentation. So, as you can see, it's a very significant effort, what we do in terms of R&D and innovation, through those topics, using those assets, and those are some of the outputs. So, every year we have sort of 250 internal R&D activities, so I'm talking about projects. 80 of them are collaborative, so we work with scientific partners, mainly in other companies. Many partners, 250. A lot of workers, so from the 40,000 people that work at Sonai, close to 1,000 participate actively on those R&D and innovation projects. We write papers with our scientific partners, and we probably do so. We file patents. When the results of a project comes to that, we're very glad to protect the invention that we made with our partners. And in terms of the position that we have, so what we offer to our scientific partners, because first, we are very aware of the consumer behavior, because the consumer comes to our stores every day, so we know. So we're very aware of the consumption trends, the patterns. So we are very organized to explore, analyze and understand those promising technologies. So provide the business sense or the business case for a certain technology, because it's very important when they're looking for as a solution. We work with the scientific method. Together with our partners, we make a hypothesis for possible solutions. We iterate, so we ideate and we iterate as well. And of course, we help them to materialize those. When I said that we want to test those technologies, to demonstrate those technologies in real context, it's true. So our focus is to make prototypes, make concept validations, proof of concepts in the lab, out of the lab, but especially in real context, and test. The test in our the assets that we have, our infrastructure is the best way to check if technology is mature or not, if it makes sense or not, if it makes business sense or not to be implemented and to be a real solution in the market. So, in order to respond, so as I show you here some of strategic topics, but for a company the size of Sonai, it's enormous the number of topics that we have to look at. So, as any other company, we're today very concerned about artificial intelligence. We have to be concerned about data. We're concerned about the packaging, the plastics that we use, the footprint of our operations, the fuel that we use in our truck. So, it's very hard to be specialists in everything. And the industry that we are, and all the industries that we have, so in the last 70 to 80 years, we are designed to be very efficient. So we are very good doing the things that we have. As I showed before, so bringing something to the supplier, to the store, to the house of the customer, we are very efficient in that. But today, we cannot be only efficient, so we have to look at the new ways to do that. And sometimes it could be a dichotomy, but with the risks comes also the opportunities. Because the change, it can occur everywhere. So this is some of the topics that we said. So you can see here the supplier from the shopper, and the shopper is not only in our store, it's in their house through the e-commerce, or it's everywhere, because we have pickup points. And all those things in the middle that we have to master to provide the best experience to our customers at the lower cost and with less impact in terms of CO2 emissions. So it's a big challenge. And because it is a big challenge, so we see that how can we do that in so many landscapes? We cannot be a specialist in everything, as I said. So we look at to develop, embrace, communicate, and perform a certain choreography. And this choreography is you start with the technology or with the problem that the technology wants to solve, and you build and nurture relationships with scientific partners. So you go for the best in class. You go for the people who are actually studying that topic, that subject for many years. Those are the experts. So we try to acquire the skills and the talent and launch those new competence centers. So regarding plastics, I remember, for example, when it came to the European Directive for Plastics, it was somewhere in 2019, but we've been working on plastic substitutes for 4 years. So we were very ahead of our competition because we were working with universities trying to find the bioplastics, the paper with enhanced capabilities that could substitute plastic. So that's what we try to do. We try to anticipate the movements of the market through the scientific partners and the skills that they have. So we enroll the customers and other players. So as I said, when we try to test something in a real context, so we want to actually to see the solution, and it's impossible to see the solution if you do not put it in front of the customer to test it. So that's what we do as well. And we do it with the prototype, with the demos and the bots. And from the technology, we start to different solutions that we will use, and if it's not ready, the learning stays, and we're going to use it to do the cycle over and over again. And so, what is the role of the interns, the PhDs, the masters, or the other RTO, research and technical organizations that comes to SONAI? So as I showed you, so the business is increasingly complex, and we cannot be experts in so many fields. And you in the RTOs, you train people to search, research complex problems, and to look at experimentation, to create innovation in your labs, examining critically examine those innovations and do extensive analysis. So this is actually the type of skills that we need to look at some of the problems that we have. And those people, when they come and we host a number of interns every year, not only the department are responsible, but throughout the company, many of them. So they have a crucial role, especially in the innovation side, because they can intensify the way we adopt technology. Because to adopt technology, we need to have skills. And as I like to show, to unlock those 5 drivers for success when it comes to public-private research collaboration. I was a researcher myself before coming to SONAI many years ago, so I like to think that I understand both sides, which are very different but very complementary. But what we need is, looking at the classes of a company, we need to acquire competencies. But we also need to have researchers with certain competencies. So they have to understand the business side as well. So entrepreneurship is very important. We know the scientific institutions are actually actively teaching their PhDs, their masters to do so. The training and that it occurs between, and you use people from business to come here and do training. We send people here to university to participate in courses. So it's a way to reinforce those programs and to make the knowledge flow from those 2 hours to flow and to get everybody more or less in the same page. Those interface structures and public-private partnerships. So EIT manufacturing is a very good example of that. So we are both partners. PhilP and SONAI, partners of EIT manufacturing. It's a very good arena to discuss, to promote projects, to develop projects, to develop innovation. Retain. So it's very important for us to have PhDs, so it's a number that we try to increase, but it's very important to scientific institutions to retain PhDs as well. It's very common, unfortunately, so globalization is a reality, and young researchers can have many opportunities to go abroad, to go to other countries, to go to other continents to do the research. It's very important to keep them here, either if they are in companies or if they are in universities. It's very important to keep them here. And to enable all that is the incentives. So we are in the field of innovation R&D, there's a lot of risk associated. So when the government creates and enables fiscal and financial incentives, it's a very, it gives a boost in the way we look at scientific institutions to collaborate as well, because it's many things, as I said before. So there's a lot of risk associated. So incentives are very important to mitigate that risk. And so I don't know the numbers, but it's dozens that comes to Sonai every year. So we try to increase that number. If you look at our job listing in our website, so we're gonna look for, there is an increasing number of scientific positions, especially in the field of data, that we have in Sonai right now. So showing that the opening that we have to get people out of the university with PhDs, with masters, to come and to solve with us business problems as well, and to, with you, to enhance with us the collaboration that we still have to keep maintaining with the scientific universities we feel. So, Gilles, thank you very much for having me here. This is my message. So I guess you're going to have the opportunity to talk a little bit more in the debate. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Marcos. So now we're going to the panel discussion, and the title of the panel is Building Bridges, Strengthening Partnerships Between Industry and Academia through Internship Programs. So this panel will explore how we can create strong collaborative relationships between academia and industry. So please welcome our moderator, Marta Rodrigues, who is Philip's Talent Unit Coordinator and a professional with 10 years experience in the field of business relation, project management, and event. We also have our second panelist is Daniela Bessa from Scrum Master and Project Manager at PIT, Sonai MC. Daniela completed her bachelor degree in Information Science at Phil, and then went to her master's degree in Service Engineering and Management from the same institution and started her journey at BIT Sonai in 2022. Daniela, please. Yes, our third panelist is Sina Yazdi, the CTO of Wise World, a startup dedicated to making soft skills measurable and helping individuals enhance and assess their soft skills. With a diverse background in engineering, music, and art, Sina has worn many hats, from lead vocalist in metal band to art director of creative studio. He has a passion for documentary filming, making and eventually transition into program, becoming a full stack developer with expertise in working in LLMs and hack systems. So please. Then we have Gabriela Teodescu, the former vice rector of Halia University of Sorry. Professor Gabriela is an expert in ECDG education, youth, sports, and culture, expert panel at Aerochair, EC Erix's Romanian, involved in EU projects, evaluation, and specific EU commissions, coordinates several programs on entrepreneurship domain, research projects in biotechnology at national and international level. Last but not least, we have Marlon Silva again, which was presented for you.
Thank you. There you go.
Just so that it's easier to see you and to interact with you. That's why. All right, I didn't see to the table. So let's start our roundtable. I'm sure this will be a very useful discussion. And about what you said, it's been decades since we've been trying to be in contact with companies, academia from my side, and trying to solve your problems and be a partner in your solutions. So I start with academia and with Gabrielle. So from the academic perspective, why are internships important to bridging the bridge between academia and industry?
Okay, first of all, thank you for my presentation and for your presentation and for the invitation to be in this panel. Well, the importance of internship, I think we could see from three sides. It's important for students, it's important for university, and also it's important for employers. Why it's important to have an internship from the student's point of view? First, I think they have the opportunity to share, first of all, the theoretical knowledge with practicals, and to see how they can transform the theoretical knowledge in a practice. The second way, from the same students' points, is to develop the professional competence. They can learn to communicate, they can learn how to work in a team, and also to reflect their knowledge in practical ways. Why not? In a third point of view, it's to build and to increase and to improve the curriculum vitae, because it's important for each student now to achieve and to have participation, to have activities outside of curricula, outside of university, and to improve also the, how can I say, the network, because in this way they can see what they are like to do, if they want to apply for other domain, to apply for other area, and so on. If we are speaking about the university, for university it's important to develop this kind of internships. First of all, to develop and to straighten the partnerships with the sectorial, with the economical sector. It's important to have these partnerships, first of all, to have a good reputation, because if the university have a lot of internship, a lot of partnerships with sector, with the economical sector, with research centers or other kind of partnerships, this means that university it's included in the list of the good universities and have a good reputation. And at least from employers' point of view, I think it's important for them, first of both of them, because they can attract the young talent. And also they can bring in their teams, I don't know, some new ideas, some new perspectives. Why not? So in my point of view, because I work a lot in projects and in this domain for entrepreneurship and relation with economical sector, because I was the vice rector involved with research, and I had the opportunity to sign and to put in work a lot of partnerships, in special to improve our connection with the economical sector, but also to improve the vision of our students.
We will speak about your
Yeah.
experience
Okay.
a little bit
Okay.
later. So
So,
now
yeah.
I pass her to Daniela. You were a former intern at Sanai. So what skills or qualities do you think were important for your path as an intern? How do you think students can prepare themselves to be an intern at the company for such an experience?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation and for your presentation, Marlos. I think the best quality or skill that in an intern should have, and that I had from my path in BIP, is proactivity. If you have any problem, something is happening, you go after it and you try to make things change and make it work.
We do that a lot in Beat. We talk to people, we have freedom to talk to people, to ask questions. Asking questions is also very important, curiosity, showing curiosity to know more, to know how things work in the world of technology, because that's big information system. It's very important to have curiosity to know how things work, because sometimes we are assigned to projects that we don't know much about, and it's important to have curiosity. And also organization. It's very important in any role. I'm a project manager, but I feel like developers actually also need to have organization through their documentation, have documented everything they work on, and I feel like those are top three that I would put on. And of course, communication. Communication is very important. Ask questions. Don't be afraid. It's better to ask questions than to be left with doubts.
And now your perspective as a company. So as a company, what do you think that are the key elements that make an internship program effective and successful and with benefits for companies?
Okay, first, thank you very much for the invitation and thank you for this event. I can answer this from two perspectives. One, from the startup world. We are a startup actually, and the other one from competencies and soft skills. From the startup board, it's very important to know. You cannot say there are just one kind of startup. There are different startups in different levels, in different stages, and it's very important to know when you go to a startup or internship, especially what's your expectation. Because most of the time as a startup, the main challenge is the question of the startup. So they are doing something new, and there is no time for doing things like very good with documentation. Most of the time you have to just be agile and do as soon as possible everything. And I believe for startups it's very important to know that what's your purpose, what's your expectation. And to be honest, I personally believe that going to corporates and scale-ups is a much better experience for internship. From the soft skills, I'm a big fan of learning by doing. So I believe you cannot learn teamwork, collaboration, communication, cooperation in reading, listening, or watching. You have to do it. You have to go to the place and do it. And we always learn from our mistakes. So you should go and do mistakes. You will fail, but it's good to fail with discipline. It means that you have to always try to know what was wrong and how you can actually not do that mistake again. So I believe this is great for students. Also, it's good for startups and companies, but especially for startups, I believe it's very difficult to find the right fit. We can talk later more about it.
Gabriela, again. So how can the academia support students in succeeding in an internship? What kind of initiatives do you have, for instance, at your university that promotes this kind of collaboration?
Well, my university make every year something like a market study to see what companies there are new, what companies they need for new talents, what are their research activities, and we try to come in front of them with a lot of solution. My university is located near Bucharest. Actually, it was the first capital in Romania. It's a very historical city. But also, it is not very industrial, but there are big company surrounded this city. So we try to bring close to us the big companies. For example, we have partnership with the factory for housekeeping electronic things. It is the biggest in southeast of Europe. So we have a very good partnership with this company. I have to say that more than 80% for their staff, including in the management, they are our graduates. Also, we have a very good collaboration, and we start already to develop, including research projects with Renault. Renault is the car factory which produces Dacia Logan, Dacia and so on. So we have a lot of students who are going for internship in this company. And they recruit by many years the new talents from our university. And as I said, we develop also a master program in collaboration with Renault. It's about electrical vehicles, and the program is made in English. Another good opportunity for our students is about I don't know if you heard in the news magazine about new nuclear central point in Romania. So you have to know that this point is located in our city, nearby our city. So the big nuclear central from Romania, name is Cernavodă, had already discussion with us. We signed already a partnership, important partnership, and we already recruit the first group of students for internship, and we organize already summer school to prepare the future engineer and the future worker in nuclear center. Of course, we have partnerships with agriculture companies, because also we have a faculty from environmental engineering and agriculture. Well, I have to say that our university is a comprehensive one. We have 10 different faculties, from engineering to theology. Theology means religion, science, and so on. So we try to have this kind of relation, this kind of cooperation for all the domains which university cover. Of course, we have a partnership to receive the students in internship with different public institutions related to law, to public administration, to health, and or other fields. I think our university it's considered as the most important brand in the region. Our region name is South Muntenia region. As I said, it's close to Bucharest, and it's between Transylvania, with Dracula legend, and Bucharest. So you can imagine that, we never felt that we are in competition, because all the university from this region, we are in the consortium. The name is, of course, Academica Plus. So we collaborate with other universities, and also we share the internship with different companies. For example, we receive PhD students from other university in somehow kind of internship in our university. So we try to cover all areas and all domain, because each student is important for us. So each student need to have the same possibility for going outside and to learn, to share the knowledge, to find possibilities for their careers, to find the new objective for their life. So this is us, Valachia University.
And Marlos, so Gabriela was saying at the beginning the importance of students going to companies and having the opportunity, but also the benefits of companies in receiving these students and their ideas and new ways of seeing things. And so as an R&D director, how do internships contribute to innovation in companies? How do you think it's they can make your business better?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. So I totally agree with Gabriela. So it all starts with the undergrads. So it's very important to have a university, a good university in your region to provide talent to the companies, not only to our company, but if we have talent in the market, so it's going to be better business for everybody. So they contribute a lot. So it comes when I was presenting, I was saying about innovation. So it's very good to have those fresh eyes about a certain subject as being responsible for R&D department. So I'm concerned about not the technology that we know today and its potential and its use cases and its business case. I'm concerned about the technology that will come in 3 or 5 years. And this is not known, although there are people in university researching it, testing it in the lab. So I think when it comes to the interns, that's what they bring. They bring fresh eyes, they bring experience in a certain technology that nobody knows yet. So they can come and they can work with us. They can help us to learn and to test and to further develop that technology that will become something in a couple of years. I have some examples of doing that. So a couple of years ago, we had this, of course, a good example is Daniela, which is here. We never worked together.
A living proof.
We never worked together. Yeah, a living proof. So she's back here telling her story. So Scrum is a very important tool for us. It's a very important process that we have. But there is another Daniela, so that not all the interns in Sonai, it's called Daniela, okay? Yeah. Now there's another Daniela, she was from the nutrition faculty here, science nutrition, University of Porto. So she came and we started discussing, and her first project was to look at healthier food. And it evolves to looking at the food system not as a linear system, as a circular system. And actually her work, she's today a project manager in our team. Today we lead a major project looking at transforming the Portuguese food system from linear to circular because of that work that Daniela made. It's called the ID Foods, where we're looking at several different hubs of the food value chain to actually transform the way we do things with our partners, with our suppliers. So there was another intern, which was Marta from Católica University. She had, I remember when we were recruiting, so we were very interested that university, that particular university had a degree in law and management. And I said, oh, this is interesting. And so she's not with us anymore. She went to a big consultant firm to make a lot of money, I think. But she helped us to lay the foundations, the ground foundations of our IP management when it comes to R&D and innovation projects with universities. So very important result as well. And we had another one through the EIT. She came through FILP, through University of Porto. It's more recent, but actually because of her work, she's back in Paris, I guess, back in France. But because of her work, we're preparing a major project with Vortec. It's one of our business companies, looking at the circularity of electronic appliances, which is very complex in terms of how to dismantle, how to valorize, how to collect. And so she did that work, and so that was the foundations for that.
I think it's interesting that although we are at the Faculty of Engineering, that you brought examples and usually we associate innovation with technology, science, and I think it's very nice that you brought some examples out of these areas, law, nutrition. So I think that's very interesting, and these are really good examples of how things can change and in several areas and the contributions of students from several areas. And now, speaking about students, we're not one anymore. Yeah. So, what challenges did you feel? What challenges have you found when doing your internship? You spoke about some qualities or some skills that we all need to have when doing an internship, and how have you used them to address these challenges?
There were several challenges throughout my internship, as there are in every internship, I guess. But for example, right at the beginning, when we are entering a new company, we are always so scared because we don't know the people, we don't know how they work, and that was a challenge for me, and that was something that I was scared of at the beginning. But it quickly vanished a few hours after I entered the company, because the environment is really, really good, and I felt welcome, and I felt like I could ask questions. I remember on my interview for the internship, I asked my boss, I see all these projects that you are telling me about, but will somebody help me? Or will I be alone? And he said, no, you will never be alone in this company. And I can tell you, I know it's what I'm supposed to say, but I'm telling you from my heart that it's really true. We have the freedom to ask all the questions to anyone. I could ask Marlo. He's from MC, but he's in another sector than me. And I'm sure if I messaged him, and I never messaged him, that he would answer and he would try to help me. And that's like really cool. And it was a challenge for me in the beginning because I didn't know that people were like that in the company. I thought, and it's something from Sonai. Sometimes people from the outside, they think that inside we are not as welcoming, but we are actually. And it's something that was challenging for me in the beginning, but it faded away really quickly. And another challenge is something that is always happening actually, even now when I'm not an intern, is when we have new projects approaching. When I have a new project approaching, I'm always a little bit scared and challenged because it's new. I don't know right away much about it, and it's scary. Not only in my role, in all the roles actually, developers, quality assurance, scrum masters, PMs. It always happens because we have new information coming, and it's always challenging to know. We have to go after it. We have to ask the questions. We have to have several meetings to understand, and it's challenging at first, but a few months later it vanishes because we have all the support. I believe that's the two main ones that I can remember.
And it relates to what you said before.
Oh yeah.
So you need to have the openness and not be shy to ask. I think this is the most important idea that you leave us with our internship.
Proactivity is very, very important. I really believe in it. Like, ask questions, message people you don't know. They will help you for sure. If they don't, try to message somebody else, and you will find your answer. I think it's very important.
So now I want to go back to what we left a little bit open, a little bit earlier. The difference between internships in scale-ups and startups. So if you want to share a little bit of that with us.
As I mentioned, working in a startup is a very actually different thing compared to corporates and scale-up. And there are very, very good actually experience shared here, and I think these are the best way to do the internship and going forward. One thing that is very unique for doing an internship or working in a startup is to learn really the entrepreneurship, like exactly the challenges that you will see on the CTO of the company. But my task is way, way more than being a CTO. I have to be an entrepreneur as well. So from really going to learn about the pain, the problem, to talking with customers sometimes, to be able to actually, in a startup there are very few people and you have to do everything. So it's a different challenge. But if you really want to do entrepreneurship in your journey, working in a startup can be very, very unique experience as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what impacts can you observe in this kind of experience? So it's a different experience from a scale-up or a well-established company. So how do you think these experiences in a startup can shape the career of an intern and contribute to their path?
My actually opinion about this is that it's way better if you first work in a corporate, first learn the basics, because when you work in corporate, you have less responsibilities, and this is very very good for actually learning things. Because in startup you have very lots of responsibilities, and this pressure actually kind of kill your creativity, kill your performance if you're not a senior person. So it's better to start from there, then start your own startup. But learning resilience in a startup is very, very clear. You know, there are some quotes from big entrepreneurs that your lifestyle for being an entrepreneur, it's more like a cockroach. You know, you just want to be alive, so you have to do everything. You pivot from one market to another market, and all the product is changing. So the challenges are also different, and resilience is the main one.
So I would like to ask something that I, to be honest, didn't tell you before, but we still have time. So what do you think now to Marlos? How do, as a university, or how do you think universities could better answer the company's needs?
Yeah, it's a very good question.
Not prepared.
Yeah, but very good question, really. So I'm glad to contribute to that discussion. So, as I said before, I was agreeing with Gabriel about the importance of what universities do in a traditional way. So it's to train students, high-skilled people that go to the market. To do it better, and I think there are very good examples when we started talking universities and businesses to look at the curricula, when we started doing joint programs, for example, masters. We have actually, we filled a joint master's program in logistics right now, open. And when we start, so we've been discussing about PhD in the industrial context. I think it's a very good opportunity for us to align better, because in the end of the day, I think I'm working on innovation for many years. So I'm not going to say how much, how many, because it will, give you what's my age. But I remember discussing that the collaboration between companies and universities, the gap that we used to say, how there's a gap between what we want and what they want, the timings, the speed of work. But I think this is a very special moment. Back in 2005, we started, discussing innovation, entrepreneurship, tech-based entrepreneurship. We weren't very aligned with universities. So it was like, and I was at the university side at that time. It was like companies are looking for easy ways to make money, and universities are looking for the greater good. And if you look at the business landscape today, there is no survival for a company that doesn't look at the people and the planet first. And I think it places us in a very good position to look at the problems and try to achieve the same thing. Of course, we will look at how can I do that and make money as well, because that's why I sustain, and that's why I can do more. And university will always look at how can I, create more knowledge, how can I write more papers, but in the end of the day, if we look at the problem, it's pretty much the same. So when we work on energy management, we're trying to reduce our energy bill, and the university that's helping us to develop a system or an algorithm to make flexibility works better, it's looking at reducing the CO2 emissions from the sources that we use for the energy. But in the end of the day, we are looking, the problem is the same to be solved. So I think it's a very special moment that we have because business evolved, and I'm glad it happened because of many. I think because we have different leaders today. I think because we have different regulations, we have different customers that demand from the companies that have a certain posture and certain positive effect on the market, in the environment, in the planet. And so I guess we should, both sides, business and science, we should take advantage of that moment and say, look, we're looking at the same problems, maybe from different angles, but let's work together.
Address the same.
Yeah, let's address the same, because I think technology and innovation could be a force to, to help us both to achieve our goals.
And Sina, for you, we talk. I deal with companies every day, and many startups and small companies sort of criticize us because we are supposedly more interested in contacting with the big companies, or we are not prepared to address the problems of the smaller companies. Do you have what's your experience on that, or do you have an advice for academia? Do you also feel that as a startup?
It really depends on the stage of the startup. If it's a spin-off or it's different thing, that makes it all different. But and also it's very depends on the startup itself. Like, is it a product-driven startup? Is it a market-driven startup? Sometimes you don't when you're working when you're doing a startup, you don't invent something new. You just target a new market. You're creating a new market. You're disrupting a market, and that's why sometimes you don't need a very huge new technology for that. So it really depends on the startup. I cannot say one thing for all things, but startups like other corporate companies always need a new fresh eye. The best experiences that I had and I see other companies have were the ones that actually an intern worked on an individual thing in parallel to the main project, and then there was a chance to see at the end if it's useful for adding to the other part of the project or not. So this is the best internship that I see in startup.
Okay, that's good. So now for you, how do you think that academia could help students with these universities? How can we help you have a better experience with internships?
I think it's important, at least in my case, on my master's degree, we have a listing of the proposals. And I feel like it's important to have a lot of proposals. In my case, I had a lot, but I know other masters that didn't have as many. It depends on the programs and on the masters, so I feel like that's important to have a lot of proposals and opportunities, so we can choose and see all the companies that are available and try to choose. And have the information written there, so like what will be our role, what will we do,
so complete proposals.
And
a good choice.
Yeah, so we can go better prepared for the internship. Like for my case, it said project management, and I was searching all about it, and it gave a little context about the project I was going to work in. I also try to search about it. It's important to have a little bit of context, so when we go to the internship, we are prepared and we do our best.
I understand. That happens a lot with us, also with the recruitment proposals. Sometimes companies don't write enough, or they just write small things, and students want more information. And I think it's important that you do want that information. So, to finish our discussion, I leave a question for you all, who wants to decide, who wants to start answering it. So you addressed it a little bit in your last intervention. So what emerging trends do you see in the industry and academia partnerships through internships? So how can both academia and companies better prepare themselves to address in a more successful way the internships?
Can I ask?
Yes, Gabriela, maybe if you want to
Okay.
start because you don't
So,
you haven't spoken for a long time.
I have an answer for what Marlon said. Also, universities want to make money.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we're really on the same side. Yeah.
Universities needs money. Need money and need to find ways
Yes,
to
exactly.
make this money. But probably it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Speaking about the money, it's different to speak from the company side or university. For us, making money, it's important to have good labs, state-of-art equipment, to have scholarships, money for scholarships, to bring students, researchers, professors from other countries, other universities. And for that, to have this possibility and to find money, I think the secret is communication. And to disseminate your results as a university, to disseminate research results, to disseminate academic results. So make a bridge between companies, the whole economical sector in university is through the communication, through communication. We try for a long time to bring, for example, in our administrative council, some representative from industry, from economical sector, to see what are their needs, what they want. Also, we have in our administrative council, in our senate, the student representative, and we know what their needs and they want, what they want. If they want to change something in the policy for internship, because some internships are paid, some internships are not paid, and we try to find a good solution for everybody. So making money means making good dialogue and making a good communication. Is my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do that. So just, for starting, I remember my days as an intern. I didn't have an internship at Sonai, but I had an internship at ABN, which was one of the major banks, still major bank in the Netherlands, and in Telefonica of Spain. So it was a very good opportunity that I had. And I remember those internships every time somebody would be receiving interns from Vietnam, from France, from Spain, from Brazil, Portugal, of course. And what they come to bring is, and I'm trying to answer your question. So we today, of course, we are very focused in everything that relates to data and how to treat and use data with responsibility, with ethics, respecting privacy, but providing for the customer value. So a contextual, something very specific to that customer. So ultra personalization. How can we deliver that without, but respecting its privacy? So it's very important. It's a challenge, and so it's one of our areas of focus. But also the physical internet, which is a concept, a recent concept that looks at the way we move things more sustainably, and it involves a wide number of technologies. It's something that it's still not prepared, but the concept is there, and something that we want to further develop. And to support that, of course, we've been very curious about quantum computing and how it could be a force to some of the applications that we have. So we handle large quantities of data, and it's very hard. It's becoming very hard to manage all the infrastructure to have that data and to process and to use it in real time or near real time. And of course, computing power is something that we believe in the future will be crucial. And it's the time, and I think it's a very good challenge for an intern. It's a time for us to try to look at the potential of the technology, the development curve, so the long it will take, how much it costs right now, how much it might cost in a couple of years, to see how it touches some of the business cases that we have. So I don't want to be narrow. Automation in robotics, it's something that we started a couple of years ago. We implemented the first robot in Sonai operations. It was 4 years ago, but there are many. I'm talking about AGVs, AMRs, robotic arms, warehouses and stores as well. So it's something that we have being tested right now, 4 different robots for 4 different types of operation. And it's still something that I'm pretty sure that will keep us very busy in at least 5 to 10 years, because I believe automation as a process. So I think we are in the time of human-robot collaboration before we get to the time of full automation, at least in our sector.
Okay, thank you. Daniela.
Students also want to make money, so it's very important for us to have paid internships. In my case, I have, but I know some cases that don't. So it's important for students to have paid internships also. It's encouraging for us. And another thing that I was going to say is that the onboarding process is also very important, specifically in companies. It's where we do the internships. It's important the onboarding process that we are supported by somebody, that we have a mentor, that people show us around, that they show us the processes of the organization. I feel like the onboarding process is very, very important. It's sometimes what makes the intern like the company even more, and they get into the company spirit.
Makes a difference.
It makes a difference, yeah.
Tina, I don't know if you want to.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the impact that AI actually had on lots of skills that companies need. We saw lots of layoffs, like 200 QA department just layoff, and in all countries we experienced this. And when you see the numbers, for example, there's one data shows that 85% of the bad hirings comes from lack of soft skills. Or in 2030, 2 out of 3 jobs will be soft skills intensive. So I believe in internship. This part in CVs we always put I'm good in communication. Nobody cares. I believe it's going to be changed, and also companies, even for internship, will focus more on soft skills like communication, problem solving, creativity, collaboration, cooperation, and I believe this is something that universities also can help a lot to students to. I think soft skills is something that our education system actually failed, because the data shows that when people go to companies, they really actually just start to see, oh wow, I have to work with people, and this is I have to speak, and AI is making it worse, and I think this is something that we should.
Yeah, I think it's very important what you said, especially when you know some universities or faculties that some companies tells us that they know that if they are from the faculty of engineering, in general, they're all good. So what will make the difference will be the soft skills. So that's a very important point of view that you brought. So I guess we still have time for questions if you want. I would have a lot of questions, we do a lot more, but I think that it's important to open the discussion to our audience. So if you want to make questions, feel free to use your words.
I have one.
But maybe, okay?
Yes, you I will start. It takes a long time. So thank you for the great panel. Me and my colleague, we are coming from Estonia, Tallinn, and representing the University of Applied Science. So for us, this internship topic as such is not a new one, because it is anyway that's integrated in our studies anyway. Yes. We have only bachelor level, no master science and PhD. The question, I think it basically covers from all of your aspects, but to simplify Margus's job is so that
hiring, let's say like a student or offering, let's say, internship place, it makes your job easier because the students, they can, let's say, help to work on the specific problem, work out the solution, and the student can solve it or use it as, let's say, like some kind of topic for his or her thesis, so for a bachelor or master of science. It can be also, let's say, like input for the, let's say, like for the research topic. So that basically the student who had been on the internship in the company and coming back to the academia can bring, let's say, the program of the company to the university and give it over to the, let's say, like researchers or participate in the research. What we see in case of Estonia, in our case, is so that more and more these theses and topics, they are classified. So that companies don't allow to open it under, let's say, like a wider perspective. And in this case, it's very hard for researchers to take over, or for the students to continue to work with this specific problem, and let's say to help, let's say, like type of people like Margus is doing in the company, R&D, yes, but the others as well, yes. So that basically the companies are creating the boundary or wall so that academia can help to solve the issues. So the question is that what is your perspective? Is it the same from the company side, that why this classification is needed? The university side, that is it the same in Romania? Or the student side, that have you considered it, let's say, like your topic of this bachelor thesis or master thesis? Is there something to continue with the research? So that maybe give your comment on this.
Of course, so it's a very important issue. Of course, confidentiality, it's something that is part of doing business. Personally, and speaking on behalf of MC Sonai, we have never done that, what you described, because we are, and what I presented is really the case, we are committed to open innovation. And we know that open innovation, it means that I have to come here and say what is important to us, to say what we are trying to do in a couple of years, although knowing that this could be used by the competition, of course, yeah, but it's a risk that we are willing to take. Of course, I understand that if you are a product company and you are building a very specific product with engineering, and I understand that they might be more cautious in terms of not disclosing the work that they have done with the intern or the PhD thesis or whatever. It's not our case. When I claim that we are an end user and we enforce that open innovation, is really true. So we take risks, of course. We handle confidentiality. Of course, there are data, for example, that we cannot disclose. Sometimes we share, but they have to be anonymous or anonymized. When it comes, for example, for customers, when it comes to data from customers, but even business data, sometimes it's something that we cannot share. But we're talking about little bits of information. I have never done that. We supported many PhD theses and master theses throughout the years with students that came to Sonai that used our context to build that. And we try to use that not only as a way to help the student to have a rich environment to do their research, but also to help us to tap the university and say, look, there is something that we started with the students, so let's do a project together. And this cannot be done if we just keep those things to ourselves. So that's how we work.
Yeah, I think we have these two different companies, OpenAI and Meta. They have totally different approach on this, and some people call OpenAI closed AI, and because of very high this closed AI, and also on the other hand, Meta released lots of papers every day. It's a pioneer. Nobody believes actually that Facebook Meta now is the leading, the whole OpenAI thing. So they had these two different strategies, and I think both are kind of successful in what they did. And actually, I believe this is a very company strategy to what to do. Open innovation is always like the best thing for students, for people, and has of course lots of good feedback as well.
Anyone?
I have one question, which is kind of provocative, and it's for the full panel, including Marta.
Not prepared as well.
Not prepared. So, I was very listening to your discussion, very interesting discussion. Very good points that you raised there, examples as well. And I was looking into the titles. We are talking about building bridges. And if we think about a bridge is something that we build, that we use to go from one side to the other. And it goes both ways. And we have different types of vehicles and different types of objects that go through the bridge, right? And most of what we were discussing, which was interesting and to the point, was about student internships, right? Different levels, bachelor, master, PhDs, but what about sending our faculty members to do an internship in a company? Or bringing people from the company to do an internship at university? Is this something that would make sense? How can we make this happen?
It's very interesting because we always have this thing between universities and industry because we can't answer. Usually, maybe you're not fast enough to answer your needs. Maybe if companies came to our side, we would understand why not, and could be in our shoes and understand our problems. And I think, and that's very provocative, because before working here, I've worked in companies. And I think that not in all of us, not in all our services or units, but sometimes universities need this business perspective or this business-oriented action. To better understand what I'm trying to say, sometimes I have colleagues that tell me, oh, you think like that, it's not possible here. You think like that because you deal a lot with companies or because you've worked in a company before. It's not possible here. So I think it would be important for more people from faculties and universities to go to companies and get a little bit of this company environment. And that's very provocative as well.
Yeah, I think it's
how we do it, I don't know, but it would be important.
It's very bold, but I think it's really spot on. A couple of months ago, I was in a panel here at the Polytechnic, and the president of FCT was there as well. And I remember talking about this. So how can we stimulate? I believe that what I do today, and I like to believe I do it fairly well. It's because I've been in university. I was a researcher as well. I think you never stop being a researcher. It's just research different things. But I was a researcher in the university. I did a master's degree. I went to a PhD program as well. And I think, so how can we promote that? Of course, universities, they need bright minds, they need scientists, they need researchers. But I think it's good for them. How can we stimulate those people to come? Spend some time, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or whatever, and that could be something positive in their curriculum that they could come back, and that's a force for change. And the opposite as well. Why can't you recruit, a researcher in a company? They were there, and you bring someone that sometimes is very interested in doing, for example, a PhD. And why that people cannot come and do a PhD program and then stay and do research in the university for a couple of years? We all know some examples, and I really challenge everybody to think those examples that you know, it's very, very good examples. So I think this, this interchange, it's always positive. So I think we need to find ways or mechanisms to make it happen, to people feel comfortable doing that change.
My turn? I would like to ask Jill first, what the answer you want, official or personal?
I prefer no one.
So you are no longer the vice rector, so I would take
So,
your personal answer.
I try to combine both. And well, if we change the word internship with collaboration, with professional development, or something else, yes, it's possible to bring people from companies in universities to share their experience or something, and also a little bit more hard from university to companies, not for internship but for collaboration. Yes, you know that in academia, professors in different type of level have a lot of activities. In Romania, our job is made by two components, academical and research. So we need to complete both. With teaching, we have classes, practical application of our students, but also half of our activity is research. So sometimes the people from university can say, no, no way, I don't have time for other activities. I need to teach, I have a lot of classes, a lot of students, a lot of PhD, I have research, I have to write the articles, to manage a project, and so on, so on, so on, so on. I don't have time for going to learn somebody else. But if you are sent your colleagues, professors or other, in economical sector, in industry, in companies, to share the experience from the university, it's wonderful. That's why I ask. I try to combine the answer. But the conclusion, my conclusion, is hard. From both sides. It's hard to convince people from companies to use their time with presentation, with seminars or something. And also from university, the same situation. It's true?
Yeah, generally yes. Generally yes. Generally yes.
But we need to find ways we need to find project methods or different activities to be together, to discuss, to share our experience, to bring all the news from research, from science, from industry, to put on the table the companies' problems, to put on the table the universities, because also we have a lot of problems with the infrastructure, with our collaborators, with students. Why not? Yes, because students make a lot of noise in university. So we have a lot of, we designed a protocol for partnerships and students doesn't go. So it could be a problem. And the companies said, this university is not good, which is not true. So we need to be very, very careful when we discuss a subject like that. That's why when we select students, we try to do all the best to select good students, interested students for going an internship. Because otherwise, all our work sometimes could be how can I say, yes.
Jeopardize.
Yeah.
Jeopardize.
Yeah. Sometimes things happen. But
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You can't control everything.
I personally had a very good experience working with collaborating with the institute. We published 5 articles with Max Planck Germany, and it's more like a personal thing. Me and my co-founder, we both wanted to work with neuroscientists as much as possible, so we keep the connection as much as possible. And for them, it's also very interesting to see how this idea works in real life and which one has more impact. So personally, had a very, very positive actually experience doing that.
Okay, so I think that we are on time. We finished according to the data. So thank you very much for your participation and for your contributions. For me, it was a pleasure to be here with you and learn from your experiences and opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you and for your contribution to this session. So now we're going to move to our last item of the agenda, and we're thrilled to announce the kickoff of IML 5.0. This new edition promises to bring even more innovative ideas and collaboration. So to tell you a bit more about this new start, please welcome Sona Erebshtnaya, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, European Education Project Manager at Make Center, and Antonella De Urso, Project and Event Officer at World Manufacturing Foundation. So welcome.
Okay, hello everyone. I wanted to start my speech in Armenian, so you will all be super catchy because my surname is Armenian, super long. How do I do that? Okay, that's it. I can invite everybody to try to read it. It's very difficult. That's Arif Shadyan. Yeah, I'm Armenian originally, living and working in Italy. And together with Antonella, we're going to present you our project, which is called Young Manufacturing Leaders 5.0. It's another project funded by AIT Manufacturing. And actually, we are very active in AIT Manufacturing activities. And I know Sonai because we just became partner in another project with Imerce from Portugal. So maybe you have heard. Yeah, and I'm working actually in Make Competence Center. That's a competence center in Milan, in between the buildings of Polytechnical University of Milan. So we are one of the 8 competence centers in Italy. And that's a huge area, 2,500 square meters area of facilities, competencies, and skills, like distributed and performed in front of industries who visit us, who test their facilities, who have teaching and learning factories in our company. And my role is European project management for educational field. So why we are presenting YML? Because Young Manufacturing Leaders is a project that goes already forward for 5 years, always funded by AIT Manufacturing, and it is meant to sustain the actions which are being developed by different hubs. There are several hubs in Europe of young manufacturing that's called city hubs. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So if you are curious, if especially young students from the universities can join and can be part of this really nice network. Let's watch a little video about young manufacturing leaders in the last event of 2023. I don't know how to launch it. Maybe that's, yeah, from you. Meantime, I can sing in Armenian if you want. Please. Maybe I should press?
No, maybe they
No, it's
go
not.
out and probably come to
Okay, never mind. We can watch it in the end, maybe. If you can get the link, there should be a link to be launched. No? Great. I tried it before, it was working. Okay, I'll go forward, don't worry, because I think we also don't have so much time. It's okay, yeah, I'll continue. Now it's not working anymore. No? Yeah. Okay, so the Young Manufacturing Leaders project is composed by this partnership. As you can see, MADE is our competence center. We have Porto Engineering you say faculty, but I learned here that is faculty means school in Portuguese. And then LMS from Greece, we have World Manufacturing Foundation with Antonella representing here. Chalmers University, my colleague from Sweden is here. Then we have Grenoble from France. We have IMH campus. Then we have Faculty of Engineering of Prague. Then we have Dublin here and Spain with IMH. They are over here because these days we're also having our kickoff meeting. And we have Milia as instructional designer in our project. So this is the project is actually this year project is again 12 months long project. It just started with several actions which will last till May 2025. What is this project doing is basically we're going to create a new hub in Grenoble, so young manufacturing city hub in Grenoble. We already have 9 of them in different cities in Europe. We are going to create 2 digital learning paths for young people tackling manufacturing, and that will include 10 nuggets, 2 contests, and we are going to show you a little bit about our contests. We will have in October World Manufacturing Forum in Milan, and we are going to create 8 deliverables by this project. So the network, as I was telling you, this Young Manufacturing Leaders Network has a journey. It started from 2020 and it is going forward in these years, with every year creating new hub. As you can see, here is the largest one in 2023-24. We were starting with less cities, and now we are in Dublin, Tallinn, Gothenburg, Patras, Prague, Milan. Grenoble is going to open, Porto, Basque countries. Then we have Germany, but Germany is not so active right now, and Dublin. This is a network which strongly is meant to do local activities with young people in their hubs, organizing events, organizing visits, organizing meetings with the manufacturing leaders, but also with the companies, in the laboratories, in the universities, organizing online events. So everything that can involve, as the previous speakers were saying, in the in different possibilities where internships can be created with within the involved companies for young people, and a lot of work opportunities. Why not after their studies? Every year, the Young Manufacturing, the YML project is funded, and it is getting the Young Manufacturing Leaders Summit as a crucial part of this, let's say, network. And what we are doing is that every activity we run within the hubs focuses also in the end with a final, let's say, turnover during the forum. Yeah, these are general activities that we do, so the network is growing. Right now we are also meeting different other educational institutions and cities who can be interested to join the network. And of course, by joining the network in the next years, they can also join the AIT manufacturing project that is going on. Local city hubs, as I was telling you, do very different things, and in a while I'm going to show you one by one mostly what they do. Milan City Hub is covering a lot of activities not only in Italy but around Europe. So we are very much in partnership with the Polytechnical University of Milan. We organize visits in our company in MATE Competence Center, but also in Italian industries in the north, because as you know, Lombardia region is the most industrial region of Italy. So we have a lot of businesses. In the first picture, there are some students from Switzerland who came to visit us. And in the second one, we started a networking activity with the USA, with the Young Manufacturing Network. There is something similar like us in the USA, and we are trying to create bridges between Europe and USA as well. Dublin City Hub, this is the University College of Dublin, covering their different activities. Right now they have 70 very active members in their local hub. And what is particularly interesting is that in Dublin they focus many activities in career workshops, which are sometimes maybe underestimated, but still there is a lot of mentorship and let's say guidance needed for becoming manufacturing leaders of the future. Prague City Hub, today they announced, let me move here, maybe it will be easier to today they announced a very interesting program that they will start in 2025, which is Become a Scientist. It is for women students in manufacturing especially, and those events are organized for a day lecture workshop for girls, empowering them to become future leaders. It doesn't matter in which field, but especially in manufacturing, we have a lot of men rather than women, so they really need this. Gothenburg City Hub is very active in also organizing, besides all the possible events, a podcast. It is an English-speaking podcast, so anybody can join to listen to the different testimonials and different, let's say, interesting facts about Industry 5.0 and the leaders, future leaders in the activities. Patras is from Greece. They are one of the, let's say, four funded initial hubs that started very many activities, and they are disseminating a lot of AIT manufacturing projects, because the one in Patras are very much involved in different European grants and projects. Porto City Hub, since we are here, we also have one here with Melissa and Joanna, which are participating in the activities in Shelley's, in the team of the hub of Porto. The focus is again on the students' mentoring and guidance within the faculty. And main field that they are tackling are intelligent manufacturing and Industry 4.0. As we go forward, we have Basque Country with around 100 members in their local hub, and again, different events. As you can see, wherever you are, I know that here we are very many from very many countries of Europe. Wherever we are, we have a little bit of hubs. So even your students or you yourself can join the hub. We are pretty much famous in different social media and Instagram pages, because this is the ideal way to tackle students and young people. So there you can also search for the closest hub to you and follow their activities. I'm going to pass the floor to my colleague, and she will present you the rest of the activities.
Hello everyone, I'm Antonella from the World Manufacturing Foundation. The World Manufacturing Foundation has been in the network since its beginning. The project has been founded by AT Manufacturing, but the brain behind this project is our scientific chairman, Professor Marco Taisch from Politecnico di Milano. So we have been here since the beginning, and we're very proud to be supporting this project. As the World Manufacturing Foundation, I work as a project officer for the network, as an event officer, because our main activity is the World Manufacturing Forum that we usually organize by the end of the year. This year will be in October, will be in Milan. It's a 2-day event where experts of manufacturing and young students converge, and they have the possibility to meet. Now I want to deep into the two main activities. Now in the network there are two contests, the YML report contest, because the World Manufacturing Foundation, with our scientific chairman, every year writes a report, the World Manufacturing Report. It's a scientific white paper, and it's written by 50 experts around the world. We're really proud of it, and we want to also the young students to participate. The theme this year is New Perspectives for the Future of Manufacturing. There will be also a theme of the World Manufacturing Forum. And it will examine the economics, social, technological, environmental trends shaping the future of manufacturing from today to 2030. This is the topic of the contest. It's really difficult for me because I'm not an engineer. I come from the management field, but for engineers, it should be quite easy to write an essay on how can manufacturers address one or more tipping points that we'll encounter over the next 5 years to remain in a competitive, ambitious, uncertain, complex environment in manufacturing. We will select 6 case studies. The winning case studies will come to the World Manufacturing Forum. The travel costs and accommodation will be covered by the network, and they will be awarded in the special section of the YML Summit during the World Manufacturing Forum. And this contest is open until the 1st of September. And then we have another contest that is led by Prague City Hub is an innovation contest. And this contest has the aims to encourage people to become change makers and to solve problems. So they need to identify a challenge in Industry 5.0, and they have to create a 2-minute video, either in English or in their native language with English subtitles. And the best videos will also be welcome at the YML Summit, and they will be awarded during the YML Summit. Here there are some parameters. The contest is open until 8th of September. They can attend one or in a group of up to 3 people, and it has to be in English, and the format has to be horizontal because we will show it during the event. And also in this case, as I said, they will be awarding during the Young Manufacturing Leaders event. Here there are the QR codes if you are interested in sharing it with
the next presentation. So now we come to the end of this conference. I want to thank all of you for your participation and for your contribution. I hope you enjoyed all the sessions and times permit. So now I will invite Professor Gil to give some final remark words. Yes.
So first of all, thank you very much to Sonia and to Antonella for presenting YML, which is work that we have been doing in Deep Inventhei DI, so shaping the future leaders of tomorrow. And I think